Hello minasan, Hikiyami this, and welcome to another Granblue Fantasy stream. As you can see, I'm already farming because, of course, I am almost at 1k meat already, which is pretty good. Actually, I think it will be 1k, almost 1k after this golden one. I know I usually start the Granblue Fantasy Guild Wars streams a little bit earlier, like right as Guild Wars starts, I begin playing, but given my current health situation, I'd rather take it easy, right? So I'm gonna try to get 10k meat in about 4 hours, which is the time I have allocated to the stream today. However, if I don't make it, don't worry, I will just farm the rest of the meat outside of the stream. But I'm trying to keep my traditional Guild Wars stream, even though my health is not the best. So 1k already, so it's a good start, right? So I should get about 1.5k per hour. Wait. About 2k. Yeah, about 2.2 each hour, so I can finish in time. But you know how this is, I start really slow, then I start picking up. It also depends on how lucky I get with the golden tyrants. But mostly it's just gonna be me talking about like literally whatever thing that comes to my mind while I try to not fall asleep, because I'm really sleepy. It is always such a bad time for Guild Wars, you know. I don't know why they refuse to do it on weekends. It will be so much easier for me to play on the weekends. I go to sleep early, I wake up early, just play a bunch of Granblue Fantasy, then I go to sleep. Also, I don't feel that much inclined to spend time doing Guild Wars this time around, because on one part, there's a new skin that you get based on how much you grind or something like that. I didn't check because I was busy actually doing the fight, right? But probably at the end of the stream, I'm gonna check what's up with that. There's a new skin, which is the new incentive for people to play Guild Wars, but almost no one in my crew is willing to try. And you know, this is supposed to be like a team exercise. And what's the point of a team exercise if you don't have a team to, well, exercise with, right? So not on the highest of spirits as a team right now, and obviously it's a single player game for me most of the time. But the nice part about Guild Wars is like getting together and doing things, right? And I feel like not a lot of people play. We rarely play nowadays, right? Because the game has become a little bit stale, and a lot of people, you know, I started playing this game as well as other people I know like 8-9 years ago, and you know, life changed, people grow up, I guess they get busy with other things. I was just talking about the other day about a friend that used to play the game that just got married, or was going to get married and stopped playing the game in preparation for his married life, I guess. Which it's a Bailey thing to do, right? I'm not saying like, oh, this guy just decided to stop playing the game. Of course, life is more important than a game. I agree with that. However, it's kind of sad seeing that all the people I know that play the game just is not playing anymore, or not playing with the same love that they used to. And I cannot seem to find people that like Granblue Fantasy as much as I do. Which, on one side, I'm glad, because it means the game is not as mainstream as it is, and everyone that likes Granblue Fantasy likes it, quote-unquote, wrong. Like, I don't want to say that, but it is, right? The people that know what I mean, right? There's, if you know, you know. When people like things wrong because they are like famous or popular or something. I was worried with the release of Versus Rising and Reeling that the game is going to become too mainstream, but thankfully the normie whips are busy with like Genshin and stuff like that, so I guess that's a good thing about the Genshin games. The only thing good about those games. Aside from that, I don't think I have a lot of topics. For example, a lot of people in my crew was like, I'm not gonna play Guild Wars because the Shadow of Earth 3 DLC for Elden Ring release. I have never played Elden Ring in my life. I have seen like 2 videos, like 2 streams by streamers I like, but I never like see the full stream because for me the Souls-like games are really boring. I think the only one I like was Sekiro. Uh, but yeah. I really don't expect anyone to show up to these streams because usually no one shows up until like 1 or 2 hours in, if anything. And it's usually just my regulars that want to spend time talking with me, not like new people, so... Kind of a waste of my time, yes, but, you know, might as well do it and don't do it. It's gonna be a while, right? It's gonna take some time. And I'd rather put like a lot of effort into doing this fast at the beginning because at the beginning I have more energy. So I'm just gonna do it as fast as I can. And when I get tired, I'm just gonna do it slowly. Hopefully I can get to 10k. Again, it's not... Last time I did finish the 10k mid, but last time I was really trying hard to finish things, so... Again, I don't think this time I'm gonna try as hard as I could, or as I will want to, because the motivation it's not there, and with most like most things in your life, if you don't have the motivation, why try, right? Like, you're not gonna try if you don't have the motivation. And it's hard to stay motivated. I think that's one of the cool things of being part of a team, of a group of people, of a crew or anything. It's like we can support each other in the activity, right? That's why a lot of sports, and I think 99% of sports, are played on a team basis. Like, even if it's a single player sport like golf, we still have teams and stuff like that because it's easier to stay focused when you're part of a team, I think. Actually, I'm gonna check the requirements of the skin right now before I keep playing. I know it's gonna be a little bit of a distraction, but it was mentioned in the update to features, right? It says it. We have the new weapons, of course, the Desolation Crown Bow and the Altruism Soul stuff. I think I'm gonna go for the staff, because the bow is mostly useless in Granblue Fantasy. I don't know how it's been 10 years of this game and they refuse to release more bow characters. Like, I think the only good bow character we have is Kupitan. And we have the Unite Fight outfit will be added. It's called Hunting Seeker Nova, which makes me think we're gonna have another type of Hunting Seeker, like, that is not Nova. And this outfit will be unlocked by earning the required honors. A new feature is planned to be added that will unlock new outfits as new honor milestones are added. This outfit can be worn by any class that has reached level 20. How to unlock honors earned during an event will also be towards unlocking this outfit. This outfit will be unlocked upon returning to the event page after reaching the required honors. Honors will continue to be earned even if the outfit is not equipped. Honors earned towards the outfit will be carried over to the next run. Honors cannot be earned beyond the maximum limit. Okay. So, from what I understand of that, I just have to play the game, right? Like, I don't need to do anything special, I just need to keep doing my X plus, and that should be it. I really don't know what's up with my dogs lately, but every time I sit down, I think it's because I've been working a lot, and you know I've been streaming daily, I've been doing an indie game daily, plus the time I have to spend in my PC for work. So I've been spending a lot of time sitting on the PC, and every time I sit down to stream, they become really annoying. Like they start crying for attention, stuff like that, and I understand them. Probably they feel a little bit lonely. But I don't know what else to do, right? I have things to do. That's a problem that usually people say, like, oh, you can have two dogs because they will like keep each other company, right? In most cases it's true, but these two dogs didn't grow up together, so they don't really get along that much. So they play sometimes and stuff. They don't bite each other, not anymore. At the beginning they did. So they don't get poorly, but they also don't get along that well. So they don't sleep together unless there's like a thunderstorm or like someone's like using firecrackers outside or something like that. Then they sleep together because of fear. But they really don't like each other. It's because the small one, it's a Chihuahua, right? And it's really irky. So the moment this one gets closer, the poodle gets closer to the Chihuahua. I think poodles and Chihuahuas are not compatible. The other one gets really aggressive for no reason. Like even sometimes it's the Chihuahua, the one that gets close to the poodle, and then she gets mad at the poodle when she got close to begin with, right? Yeah, so I don't. They are looking at me. They want attention, but I will try to ignore them and play Granblue Fantasy. Again, hopefully this just will be like 4 hours. Sorry. And then I probably can go back to sleep a little bit. Then again, this pretty much depends on the Golden Tyrants. I always mention that every time you can go back to any Guild Wars stream I have done over the past year. And you can see that it's just dependent on how... It's not even how fast I do it, it's just how many Golden Tyrants I can get. I mean, of course, doing it faster can proc more Tyrants at the end of the day, right? But this just... Rokila Bianca Kuimin. Hey bro, hello, how are you doing? Thank you for coming to the stream. Sorry, I was not expecting anyone in the chat, so I was not checking for the chat. You know, I think that's one of the problems with this game, that you really have to sink a bunch of time. Like, I don't play any other gacha game that requires you to play 4 or 5 hours because there's an event every 2 months, right? At least not that I know. I mean, you can spend time playing games, but most other gacha games have an energy system that prevents you from overplaying, kinda, right? Well, not this one. Like, Azur Lane has the oil, which I don't play Azur Lane anymore because, you know, Chinese company. And Blue Archive also has the energy. Nike doesn't have energy, but it has a limited amount of times you can do each thing. And even if you can't play as much main quest or like hard mode as you want to, there's a limit because you can only grow so fast in the game without spending money, of course. So there's a limit to things you can do, but I think Granblue Fantasy is the only gacha game that has no limit to what you can do, and I feel like that's nice because you can play as much as you want and you can grow up as fast as you can, excluding things like Huangdong Feeling Anima and like Eternals, Gold Bars, and everything like that. But on the other hand, it's not as good because you can spend your whole day in here and absolutely get nothing. Like, the amount of grinding you require, like I have seen other people in other games complain about how much grinding they have to do, and I think I think the amount of grinding you have to do in Granblue Fantasy, it's not okay. I feel like they had to fix that at some point and they didn't, and now they have to roll with it. And they are rolling with it. You know, they just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And at this point, I don't think a lot of people are up for the grind. I mean, I'm done with most of the things in the game at this point. Like, I would say 95% of things in the game, excluding Weapons of Eternal Splendor and... what else? And the end game battles, which I refuse to do because they are not fun to do. Are you been going live streaming a long time? I've been live streaming for about 3 years now, and this stream it's been up for 20 minutes. Well, I don't think it's been 3 years. I think I've been streaming like 2 years because the first year was mostly indie game videos. So not that much streaming. And the worst part is like the game has really nice music, like awesome animations, nice characters and everything, but you don't even get to see it because you have to do it so fast. There's so much you have to do and you have to do it fast that you don't even get to appreciate, and that's a big problem, right? Because I feel like no one is willing to spend an extra hour of their lives just to watch the animations and and listen to the music of the game. And then it's a waste, right? Because that's mostly the point of games, it's enjoying the visuals and the music and everything, and the gameplay, of course. But for example, I usually play Blue Archive on my phone while I'm doing other things like working, and one of my dogs is being really annoying right now. And that's okay, because I get to see the animations. Even if you play the game full auto, right, the characters still walk around, you can still listen to the music, you can hear the voice lines, the Ogi animations in Blue Archive are really, really good. Even when I play Nikke, actually, when I play it on stream, I do get to enjoy things on a big screen. And even when I'm doing my dailies, I still like to listen to the music, the mini games. But I feel Granblue Fantasy is more like a short nowadays, right? I feel like people don't want to. Because imagine if I sit down and I watch the full animations, which is not even the full animations, it's just like the shortened animations. They are really good. But I feel like no one wants to sit down and watch like a whole minute of animations when you optimize your OTK to be like 2 seconds, you just click enable and then you reload as fast as you can and you keep doing that. No one wants to spend that time just watching the animation. Or maybe 1 or twice, but certainly not thousands of times during Guild War, right? That's why I feel like they should stop doing Guild War an event of numbers, right? Not numbers, but like strength and difficult fights. Difficult fights in the sense like Nightmare 100, 150, right? Which is something you can definitely do, and you can do it on full auto, but if you do it on full auto, you can get to listen to the music and watch the animations while you do other stuff, because the fight is fighting by itself, but it lasts a couple of minutes, so you don't have to be actively clicking reload and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like I was hoping the game was going to stop doing Guild War at some point, and they didn't. I don't think they're gonna do it, because if they're releasing a skin and the skin can be upgraded the more you play, I feel like they have Guild War for years to come, right? And I don't know about the other Granblue Fantasy players, but at this point, I'm very done with Guild. Like, unless I get paid to play Guild War, I don't want to keep doing this for another 3 years or like 5 years or something like that. Who knows how much Granblue Fantasy is gonna last? Right, but I don't want to be doing this for a much longer period of time that is necessary. It's not time to eat lunch yet. Shut up. It's like literally 8 in the morning. You need to wait 4 hours to eat food. 4 hours. I find it very funny that one of my dogs, when it's not even hungry, like when because I don't think she's hungry. I feel like when she thinks it's time to eat, she will go and sit down next to the food plates, the empty food plates, of course, and just wait there looking at me like, you know what time it is? I'm waiting here for you. I'm not gonna give her food. Sorry, I'm kind of sleepy and I forget to talk. Also, don't expect me to talk the 4 hours because my voice is gonna give out after like 3 usually. Sorry, sometimes I write strange words. I'm still sleepy and now I'm making coffee. Oh, that's good. Don't worry about it. It happens to everyone at least once or twice. Or a bunch of times, you know. Usually when you're sleepy, you can write properly, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not time to eat lunch yet. Shut up. Can you imagine how easy it is to be a dog? You just ask for food and they give you food, and you ask for food and they give you food over and over again. And they don't even care if it's time to eat or not. They just want more food. And it's been literally like, what? Half an hour since they have breakfast, so I'm definitely not giving them food. The other day I was watching a video about someone giving dogs like dumplings, and I was thinking, man, I wish I was a dog because they can have dumplings. But it wasn't like a bunch of dumplings, it was like 6 dogs or something like that. And it was like a full like tray of dumplings, and they were having dumplings and stuff. And I think that's really cute. I like when people give like real food to dogs because, yeah, dog food, it's okay. It's not that expensive, kinda. But if I was a dog, which I'm not, I think, I would like to have real food every now and then. Because can you imagine, like, eating the same thing over and over again? Like, I am talking about dogs. Like, you eat the same thing with the same flavor and the same texture over and over again. And yeah, maybe dogs don't care that much because they are dogs, right? But I'm sure they do. Like, people are always, like, underestimate dogs and their developed brain. I think dogs are way smarter than people give them credit for. So, I know they don't like eating the same stuff over and over again. That's why I try to give them different, like, food every now and then. Obviously, not dumplings because that would be really expensive. But, like, sometimes like a piece of meat or something. Obviously, there's some foods dogs cannot eat, right? So you have to be careful with that. And yesterday I was looking for something to watch before bed because I usually like have trouble sleeping. So I watch TV for like 1 or 2 hours before I actually get to sleep. And I couldn't find anything, and it seems like they don't really make good movies or shows nowadays because like I couldn't find anything to watch. And I decided to watch an old movie that it's called Click. I think it's with Adam Sandler, right? Really good movie. However, I forgot that the movie is really funny, really funny. A bunch of good jokes and everything. But I forgot that one part of the movie is really sad. And when I was watching the movie, I got to that part and I was like, oh, I forgot about this. This is really sad. And I ended up going to sleep very sad because of the movie. I would be more careful with what I watch before bed. If you marry Jita, what would you do? What do you mean, what would I do if I marry Jita? I wouldn't marry Jita, I would marry Nier. I would much rather marry Nier. She's my wife. I mean, if she's my wife, we're already married, right? But wife to be, I guess. I was supposed to research topics of conversation for this long stream, but I didn't, and now I don't have topics to talk about. I mean, I could talk about Granblue Fantasy, right? Which is what I've been doing mostly, but I feel like talking about Granblue Fantasy in a Granblue Fantasy stream, it's a little bit too much Granblue Fantasy. Take a shot every time I say Granblue Fantasy. And I haven't been reading any manga lately. Well, I've been reading the same ones I've been reading for the last couple of months, years even. Like, Eden Zero is about to end, and I don't know what I'm gonna do when there's no more Eden Zero. My hope for that is that when Eden Zero is done, Hiro Mashima is actually going to focus on, like, Dead Rock, which I think is the other manga. And it's gonna be, like, a more frequent release, so I can leave off that one for now. Wait, I think I forgot to share this stream in my, like, 2 social networks. I find that quite annoying to do, but I have to do it, you know? If I don't do it, no one else will, because why would someone else do it? So I'm gonna do it anyway. And look at that, we're almost 2k. But I forgot, do we have a Tristed unit? We're done, right? I don't think we have. Because Kupitan touts with reset anyway, so... Tristed, not reset, right? Tristed. I forgot what I was talking about before. Wait, Granblue Fantasy, right? feel like if things go really, really poorly, because I have high expectations, which I know I should not, for the summer stream, right? For the summer Granblue Fest. Obviously, as far as merch goes, I don't really care because I don't have money to get any of that. So that goes. Even if I have the money, I'm not in Japan, so it's hard for me to get the things, right? So I'm waiting for good news of the game, right? Like, we're gonna release these new missions, this new game mode, which is fun to play, these balances for characters and stuff like that. So you can get to use the characters you like more. Less grindy, more fun to get, you know, like more surprises, more free stuff. And new, oh, of course, new summer units, which is the good thing, right? New cute units. A bigger and better Halloween event because it's been 10 years. Whatever's gonna happen with the Zodiacs, I don't know. We should have a Zodiac event about after Guild War, I think, right? So after Guild War, like 1 week after this, about 1 week, we're gonna have the first summer event, which is usually the Zodiac event, which is probably gonna include the dragon and the bunny, right? Because that's like the ones no one likes to include in stories. So it's probably gonna be a story about them. But I have high expectations, and I want a good concert. I think there's a concert in summer, right? Yeah, it's summer and Christmas. However, depending on how well the Granblue Fest goes, my love for the game might disappear almost completely. But then again, for me to spend like 1 or 2 hours daily on something, I have to love it. If I don't, well, there's no point. But I'm also afraid that if I stop loving Granblue Fantasy, I have nothing else to love, which is kind of sad, but it's true. So hopefully things go well. If I was asked a question like that, I would say I will set him up with Beatrix. Who will you set up with Beatrix? Who will be with Beatrix? I think people ship Bea with Eustas, right? I think that's the canon ship, like Bea. Well, it's not canon, right? And Eustas. So with this one, it should be 2k. So 20% done. 20%, 20%, and it only took me 40 minutes about. Oh, but I'm not counting the time I was running outside of stream, right? So it took me like an hour to do 20%. So it should be exactly the amount of time required to finish this. You know, as if I was not already having trouble with trying to get viewers in my streams and stuff like that, and likes and subscriptions. Please don't forget to subscribe. I was reading the other day that there's gonna be a new Hololive English release, which is, it looks absolutely trash as you would expect from modern Vtubers. But of course it's Hololive, so it's gonna be successful anyway, and it's gonna affect my numbers. Not that it really matters to someone as small as me, right? But it's gonna affect me in the long run. Although I don't think I have a long run at this point, so does it really matter? I don't think. Maybe I just like to complain. I look to my left side and there's a dog watching me. I look to my right side and it's a dog watching me. Like I really don't know what compelled them to ask for food this early in the morning when they already had breakfast. I feel like for some weird reason they just decided that when I sit down to stream, it's time for a snack. So it doesn't matter the time I sit down to stream, they want the snack because it's like a ritual to them, right? But they are not gonna have any food.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。トロピカルメロス。
And they even give you the option to change music and background, I think, in the Guild War, but then again, no one's watching that. Like, that's the problem. If you force your players to play as fast and as quick and as rushed as they have to make enough points to actually get the rewards you're giving for the game, if you force people to play that much, they're not gonna sit down and enjoy the game. That's a big problem, right? And I feel like right now the bare minimum you have to get, and I know people really play at their own pace, right? But I'm talking about real Granblue Fantasy players. Like, not disrespect if you're casual, but I feel like the minimum people have to get nowadays to get the full Granblue Fantasy reward system. Obviously, you want to get as high as you can, but that's only for like crazy Japanese people that do awesome in the game, man. All my respect goes to Japanese players. They have better ping than I do, yes, but they also play faster and better. I feel like you have to do 1 billion honors. Like, that's the bare minimum you have to do. And it's get all the honor rewards and get enough badges and enough stuff to get 1 or 2 Evolites, 1 or 2 Sunlight Stones. Like, at this point in time, I don't need any more Evolites. I think actually I have 1 or 2 extra Evolite, probably like 1 extra. I don't need gold bars, thankfully, because I can just farm them. I think I have like 1 or 2 gold bars right now, which is not a lot, but I don't play premium, so it doesn't really matter. Well, I do play premium in light and win, but I don't care that much about meta, right? So it doesn't really matter to me if I'm lacking 1 or 2 gold bars, which I have 1 or 2. And I don't need them because I don't plan on doing Weapons of Eternal Splendor because that's kind of useless. But otherwise, I probably want some blue papers, but then again, I completed the Eternals just like a week ago. So if I want blue papers, it's probably for the Opus weapons, but I don't think I can do Opus weapons because I cannot do Super Fab because it's a ridiculous quest. I mean, I probably can, but I just don't want to waste my time dying over and over again to that. So I don't really need anything right now, which is good because now that I don't have to farm for New World Quartz, I can just take the Celestial Fragments or whatever the name is for the new weapons, for the Celestial weapons, which is gonna help me with that grind. But the badges, I think I'm just gonna save them, right? I'm just gonna save the badges and I'm gonna use them the moment I need them. Right now I have like 0 badges, like 20, 40 badges because I spent all of them in blue paper to complete the Eternals. But right now I'm good. So what I'm hoping of the game is that they add new long-term grinds. Hopefully with new characters like the Eternal, the Evokers. I know they are focusing now on the Rise of the Beast characters, which then again it's a pain in the ass because they depend on how long I put in animas, which then again I'm good because since I finished Eternals, I don't have other uses for them anymore except those characters. So I should be good grinding exactly the amount I need for the characters next time. In short, I think I have a toxic relationship with Granblue Fantasy, but I think it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? I don't think it needs to be that, but I just need to find a healthy way to play the game. And yeah, like for example, I could not make this a stream, for example, right? I don't need to wake up early. I could play at my own pace. I could do other things. I could play like Nikke. I could play Blue Archive. Could play some like God of War. By the way, I did a lot of progress in God of War. I'm gonna talk about that in a moment. I could play Relink. I could play Versus Rising while I play a little bit of Guild War, and I probably by the end of the day I will probably get like 10k mid. But there's a chance I don't, right? Because you never know what's gonna happen. The reason I like to do these streams and I like to farm the mid as fast as I can, it's not because I want to stream how hardcore I am. I know people grind a lot more than 10k mid, like 20, 30k, 50k, 100k mid. I'm not trying to impress anyone with this. I'm just trying to do it in the closest period of time I can, like the shortest period of time. Because you never know what's gonna happen, right? You know if power is gonna go out, you don't know if your internet's gonna cut off. And it happened to me before that I decided to take it easy during prelims and farm in the interlude. And then something happened in the interlude and I think they canceled the interlude or something like that. And I couldn't farm mid and that went terribly wrong and I was so stressed because I wasn't gonna meet the minimums required for all the rewards. So I didn't see any number that told me how much honors I needed for the skin. So there's no way of knowing when you're gonna get the skin, right? You just have to play until you reach the amount needed, which I think it's gonna be a big amount. I'm sure people are gonna unlock it on the first day. I don't know if I'm gonna unlock it today or during the stream. Because, you know, doing X+, it's not about the honors, it's about the mids. And you know, every time I decide to play, like, to be specific, the prelims of Guild War, the other days of the Guild War are not that bad. It's just the prelims that kind of suck for me. And every time I sit down here and I decide to play for 4 hours, one time it was 10 hours. I think that was before the implementation of the Golden Tyrant. I do think to myself, am I wasting my life in this? Probably, you know. Is this worth it? Probably not. It's one of those things that I have been doing for so long that it feels like kind of natural to do, even if I don't enjoy it that much anymore. Because at the beginning, you know, like 5 years ago when I was playing, trying to make your composition to finish in one turn, let alone one click, one turn, because the game has changed so much, right? Right now it's mandatory to finish the fight in one click, but back in the day, if you could finish the fight in one turn, you were already Gucci. Like, oh my god, this guy can finish in one turn, it's gonna do so much honors, like. Hell, back then, full auto didn't exist, right? So you couldn't full auto the fight, you have to, like, click manually. And I think the best you could do back then was, like, after the release of Mechanic, it was the 2-button mechanic. And after the release of Relic Buster, it was just like the 2-button Relic Buster mechanics. But even before that, before mechanic, the best you could do was like a bunch of buttons manually, and it was a pain in the ass to get. And I was not getting close to 1 billion honors, and I feel like nowadays, even if I play chill, I get 1 billion honors anyway, especially with the introduction of Nightmare 200. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, this is gonna be a long grind. Almost 25% done, right? And I was thinking of just like playing this game mode casually while I also played something on the PS5, you know? Like maybe playing Relink and Granblue Fantasy at the same time. But I will get distracted. Like that happened to me before. I remember one time I was trying to watch anime and do Guild Wars, and I got distracted and it wasn't doing any honors. And, one time I was trying to play like a tower defense game and playing Guild Wars. And the point is I have to focus on playing Granblue Fantasy, otherwise I get distracted and I don't do anything else. So I try to focus myself on the game for now. And I'm just gonna leave the other games for later, right? And today is Friday, right? Yeah, I was thinking it was Saturday for some reason. I think it's because I woke up really early, and I only wake up early on Saturdays, like really, really early, because I have to take out the trash. And also the watch along for Houseki no Kuni episode 1 got copyrighted, and I kind of got around the copyright muting part of the stream. So if you watch that stream and it's kind of does not make sense, it's because I have to evade the copyright. I'm gonna mute completely the video next time, and I'm also gonna mute other stuff. Right, I'm gonna switch things so it doesn't get copyrighted. Because I think that I'm naming the video the video Houseki no Kuni watch along. Maybe that's what it gets copyrighted. I don't know. So I'm gonna try to find a new name for the stream. And I'm gonna probably watch like 2 or 3 episodes next week, and I'm gonna decide right there and then if I want to keep watching or not. Which, based on the first episode, probably not, but I'll do my best. And this is supposed to be the summer Guild War, right? But not really, because it's, well, yeah, it's June, right? It's pretty much summer. They are probably gonna wait until like August to do the summer Guild War, which I don't think they do thematic Guild Wars anymore, which is such a shame because I love the Halloween one, and the chocolate one for Valentine's Day was also really, I think that was a Red Barrage. No, it was Guild War, I think. Well, they were really good, and it's sad that they don't do it anymore, especially with how limited these events are. But it is what it is. I mean, I'm already tired and it's been only like an hour of streaming. Please ignore the doggy noises as I will do because they don't have the right to be asking for food right now. Again, I don't think they're asking for food. I mean, they are asking for food, but what they really want is attention because I've been working too much. And they can feel the loneliness, I guess. Don't worry, after I finish this stream, I'm gonna go and play with them a little bit outside. I feel like they need to play outside, and I need to clean outside, so... The thing is, I haven't been cleaning the backyard because it's so hot. Like, the weather is absolutely unrelenting on killing me. The sun burns so hot these days, and I don't really want to go out. Now, as long as I get a bunch of golden tyrants, I should be okay. I want to go to sleep. I picked the wrong summon, damn it. You see, I got distracted for a second and I lost multiple seconds because I got distracted. I don't know why people don't put all the Huanglongs like on the front if you know we're gonna need them for guild work. Well, I know a lot of people don't even use Huanglong. They use like double Kaguya and like a very stupid composition of like counters and stuff like that with a Belial chain or something like that. I don't like using Belial chains. It feels bad using the power of someone that's evil. I mean, you could say this the same about the Opus weapons, right? But that's a little bit different. Oh yeah, I think the Steam Summer Sale it's coming, right? Which I'm not that excited for because I have absolutely no money to spend. But if people want to give me games, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe if I find a cheap game or two, I may get one. The thing is, I don't feel that inclined to get games on Steam because I don't like digital games that much. To be specific, I don't like paying for digital games. I'm okay with free digital games. I know some games you can only get in digital, like indie games, because, you know, indie developers, right? And I understand that, and I'm okay with that. But like for AAA games or stuff like that, I'd rather get the physical copy. And the thing is, I'd rather, for example, instead of spending like $5, $10, $12 in a Steam game that I'm gonna try to play, I want to get a Senran Kagura game because I want to keep playing Senran Kagura games. I played 2 and then I stopped playing them because money, right? But I'd rather pay for my subscription to PlayStation Plus and then use the free PS Plus games to play, which is not what I've been doing because then again, the God of War game and the Sonic games are games that I got 2 years ago and I didn't have the chance to play, right? So right now I'm playing games that I got a long time ago and I didn't have time to play. And then when I finish those, I'm gonna try to play games I got for free, which there are a bunch. I have like at least 25 games that I got for free on PS Plus that are waiting to be played that I haven't even tried once. And it will be good to try them on stream. Maybe not finish them. Again, can't do promises. But it should be nice content for the channel, hopefully. Also, don't worry, it doesn't matter if this stream takes 5 hours or 4 hours or whatever. I'm still gonna do an indie game, but maybe a little later today because I'm gonna finish the stream, I'm gonna go get lunch, I'm gonna sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna play the game. But really, for any game developer that I know, it's like 80% of my audience at this point that's trying to game develop, you can look for like nice offers on the on the Steam Summer Sale for like game developing tools like RPG Maker, like I don't know, like a sprite tool. There's other things like Pixel Game Maker, which is kind of more complex to use, but it's also more powerful than RPG Maker. Or not necessarily more powerful, it's just like the basic tools have more uses. You can make like a Zelda-like game, like a top-down game, or like a side-scroller game, like a bullet hell game, a bunch. I mean, you can also do those things in RPG Maker, but it's a little bit less intended purpose, right? But I'm here doing my time, I'm here streaming every day, playing indie games every day. And at the end of the day, if I fail, because for those watching this stream or watching the VOD or whatever, at this point in my life, I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers on the channel, which I don't think it's gonna happen because no one watches my channel for whatever reason. It's not that people watch it, I don't like it, just no one watches it. But I'm giving it my all, right? I'm trying to... I have to try. That's the last thing I can do. I'm gonna try with all my power, but you know, doesn't matter if no one's watching, if no one's subscribing, I'm still gonna be trying. And if the time comes when I don't have time for this anymore, well, it's gonna be over, right? If Granblue Fantasy got an anime adaptation and you had the money to go to see it in theaters, would you watch it? Granblue Fantasy has an anime adaptation. What are you talking about? It has like 2 seasons of anime. But no, I wouldn't watch it on theaters. I don't like going to theaters. It's a lot of people. I'd rather just watch it at home. There's a bunch of outdated mechanics in Granblue Fantasy that I feel like they need to address like right now. For example, having to fight so many fights, I already mentioned that it's stupid, but also the rewards of each fight, it's like, okay, badges, you need the badges. Meat, you need the meat. This is for experience, which is okay, but it's not needed that much anymore. Well, I guess maybe for new players it's nice, but for players that have been playing for a long time, it's not. But I'm also talking about SR like summons, SR weapons, even some SSR like SSR. Sorry, summons, like the Guild Wars summons. It's a good source of quartz, yes, but why don't you give me the quartz instead, right? Instead of the summon. Like the summon, it makes no sense to have that summon anymore. No one's gonna use it. When I started playing the game, it was kinda okay because it was like, okay, it's a nice stick stat at the very worst. And if you don't have better summons, it's a nice boss to chambers. I think it's the skill they have. But man, they are useless. And when something is useless in your game, you have to remove it, because if you keep all the trash in the game, and I know it's for legacy content, it's for new players, well, yeah, whatever, but then again, we have 10 years of content in this game, and most of the things don't really work. I mean, if anything, you will have to make like a veteran player mode where you can skip all the useless rewards and get better rewards, but then all people will opt into that. Damn it, I'm out of Huanglongs. I have to use that. For example, this is the kind of thing that slows me down. And I can believe in 2024, the year for Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we still have to depend on other people's summons to play the game. Then again, that's a good mechanic when you're like expecting people to be friends and have a crew in the game, but when people are playing by themselves, it doesn't make that much sense. And the thing is, you cannot even like auto-reduce. Man, what happened with the Huanglongs? What frick is wrong with people not playing Huanglong? I kinda wish Dark had that 40% at the beginning of the battle character, so I could replace 6 and I could just play that without the need of a second Huanglong. Because yeah, even if 4 chain takes longer than expected, than 3 chain longer than expected. Of course, it takes longer than expected. I will be okay with waiting a couple of seconds extra if I don't have to use 6 and I don't have to use a second Huanglong. But I've been playing quite a few indie games lately that I've been trying to play more indie games again. To be specific, the one I played yesterday, which is Reasons for Kim, I do recommend watching or playing that game. It is really cute, lovely story. Like, it's one of those stories that makes you... It's maybe not the best written game because, again, the language of the developer is not English. The first one, I think it's Portuguese, right? It's Brazilian. But still pretty well done, and the story translates properly at the very least, so you get to enjoy the general feeling of the story. And I recommend watching that. I also recommend to myself going to sleep right now because I don't know what I'm saying, I'm so sleepy. You know, I wish I could play Elden Ring because everyone says it's so good, and I have my suspicions that it's not as good as people make it look like. It's probably okay, don't get me wrong, it's probably a fun game, an okay game. But every time I see Elden Ring, I can't help but see any other Dark Souls game, like Dark Souls 3, whatever, right? It looks the same, it feels the same. I haven't played, so I cannot say for sure, right? But I don't think it's the absolute best thing that has ever existed. The same with that other game, like Baldur's Gate, I think it looks okay, but like, I don't know for sure until I play it, but I think people are overhyping it so much. And I feel like they look good in comparison because there's no other good games coming out right now, but I don't think they are that good. And it's just like one of those things that, oh, everyone likes, so it must be good, and you play it and you like hope yourself into thinking it's good. But then again, I cannot know for sure until I play it. I don't like to judge things until I play them or see them, but I think I have seen enough Dark Souls and gameplay and stuff like it to see it. It doesn't look that impressive. I'm gonna have to switch to my left hand because my right hand is starting to hurt a little bit. Thankfully, I can kinda use my left hand. Like, obviously not in a proficient way, but I can just use it kinda just fine. Because when I was a kid, I used to like to play using my left hand, right? I was like, why can't I cannot use my left hand, and I will just use my left hand when I was a kid. And I cannot teach myself to use my left hand. Obviously, I cannot write properly or stuff like that, but I can manage like mechanic movements just fine with my left hand, so I can kind of use both of my hands, thankfully. So I can give the right one a rest. Especially for like simple repetitive things like this, right? I can use my left hand just fine. At some point I was learning to write with my left hand, but I kind of forgot about it, you know. It's just a thing I did when I was a kid, so I just forgot to do it one day and I didn't do it anymore, but I can kind of still use my left hand to do things. So hopefully I never lose my right hand, but if I do, I still have my left one to use. $3K already, not bad, not bad. So 3K took me 2 hours, so 6K will take me. Yeah, this is gonna take about 5 hours. I'm probably gonna take like a 20-minute break during the stream. I don't really want to do that because that will extend the stream time a lot unnecessarily. And there's been going power. By the way, if it happens, if the power goes out right now at the stream it's over, I'm not gonna begin the stream again. But there's been a lot of power outages lately around here, so if it goes, it goes. Hello, Alts. Thank you for coming to the stream. How are you doing? Thank you for coming. I hope you're ready for a bunch of Granblue Fantasy nothingness. I'm currently playing with my left hand because my right hand hurts. In case anyone needs to know that again. Okay, I'm gonna switch to my right hand. This is too slow. You know, that's something I hate about searching for news. Just to have something... That's something... I don't really look at news or like to be interested in things happening in the world. I don't really care about things that happen to other people. I don't really care about the Vtuber scene, for example, right? Which I feel it's something like every Vtuber is into the Vtuber scene and the Vtuber community. I'm not. I don't really care about what other people do that much, and I don't really care about what happens in the world as long as it doesn't affect me directly. But boy, looking for news to talk about, because I wanted topics of conversation for this, and I was searching for news, and it's just a bunch of stupid news I don't care about people I don't know, like, oh, Marx Rodriguez and Julieta von Kraft got married, but he was cheating on her with, I don't know, like, Luca Deluni. I don't know, like, I'm making up names, right? Because for me, those names mean nothing, right? And I feel like, oh, this person is really famous. How you don't know them? And like, how do you know them? Why are they famous for like singing a stupid rap song? Like, come on, that's not talent. That's not a reason to be famous. And I cannot find a single news I care about. Just get back from the gym. This is usually the time when I do so. Even had to leave early because my palms were hurting from yesterday. What were you doing with your palms? Were you like slapping people? Oh wait, you were going to the gym. Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry for interrupting your gym time, your relaxation after gym time. And that's one kind of news, and the other kind of news, it's like really depressing news, like, we found plastic in the testicles of people, everyone is dying, the world is so hot, and no one has money except like for 5 people in the world. And I want to find good news, interesting news, I don't know. And you know, one of the things I've been doing, which is, I feel like that's the only thing I can talk about besides Granblue Fantasy and how much I love my wife Nier. It's I've been actually reading a lot about diets and nutrition and stuff like that. I even got a book that the doctor recommended. So I've been reading that, and I've been like looking at stuff on the internet, and I was looking for recipes. You know, yesterday I was looking for recipes on stream, and I kept looking for recipes after that. And boy, I have to say, people make the most stupid like health advice videos that I have ever seen. Like my problem with that is that someone is gonna watch those videos, like someone trying to get healthy is gonna watch those videos, and they're gonna take that quote unquote advice to heart, and they're gonna get sick because that's the most stupid shit I have ever seen. I even found some TikTok videos, which then again I don't watch TikTok, but you can find TikTok videos on like Tumblr and stuff like that, right? Or just like going through the web on some websites, they have like embedded TikTok videos and stuff. And there's people like, oh yeah, you can eat whatever you want. There was a video of like a fat guy saying like, oh, I'm losing weight eating like just hot dogs and burgers and Coke every day, just because you can't do it like that, and science is lying to you. And I'm like, no, it's not. Why they let people like that do videos? Like, why do the people let people die, like lie and possibly kill other people with their lies just because whatever reason? It's not even funny, so it's beyond me. About Clip Studio finally, since summer sale came around. That makes one less crypto miner on my laptop. Health advice: starve yourself. No, you wish that was the health advice. By the way, congratulations on the Clip Studio. Nice. I hope you use it to great purpose in your games. Also, I wanted to ask, because you mentioned something that I barely could read because I was in a rush for this stream, about your games and how you feel like, well, you were replaying like Nico's Room, and you felt like it was missing some things story-wise and stuff like. I didn't quite catch that. So if you wish to elaborate about that, we can talk about that on stream, since this is a just talk stream or just like chat stream, because there's no topic of conversation. If you want to talk about that, I'm okay. If you don't, it's also okay. But to continue the topic I was talking about of the health advice, it was like, oh, you can eat whatever you want and you can still lose weight, or like on the other hand, it's like you can only eat like brown rice, chicken types with no salt, and broccoli over and over again, and you have to exercise a bunch. And if you don't look like a physical culturist, like a really strong guy, you know, like those muscular people from like, I don't know, like Mr. Universe. I don't know what kind of like trophy they give to that kind of people. You are not healthy, right? And I feel like people really like, just to be clear, and like hot take, I don't know what people consider a hot take nowadays. I don't believe in body positivity to a certain extent, of course, right? Like, do I think you should be mean to fat people? No. Or like to people that have a different type of body, which is not the one you like? No. I'm not saying you have the right to be mean to anyone. When I say I don't like body positivity, I mean I don't like people telling you that it's okay to be fat, that it's okay to don't do anything to better yourself, to be conformist, right? I think that's not okay. Like, if you're telling people that are sick, because being fat is usually a sign of some kind of sickness, right? Like, your body is not meant to be fat, right? So the fact that you're fat, it's in itself not a good thing. I don't think it's okay to tell that people that it's okay to be fat. However, I think there's a healthy level of fat you can have in your body, right? You can be like a little bit chubby. I personally like both kind of woman, right? I like really slim woman, and I like thick woman. Like a little bit of chubby woman, it's okay for me too. But I feel like, to be specific with men, which obviously I'm not attracted to men, so I can be less biased about this. I feel like men have it harder when it comes to like quote-unquote body positivity, because you're expected to be fit. And why are you expected to be fit as a man? I mean, thankfully I am. I mean, I'm muscular, thankfully, right? So the size of my body is mostly muscle, thankfully, because I do a lot of physical activity. You know? But I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about other people. You are expected to be strong. You're expected to be fast. You're expected to protect people as a man, right? Are those expectations good or bad? I don't know. I'm a traditional person. I do believe they are good. I do believe men should be fit to a certain extent. Then again, my dad was fat. Like, my dad is fat, right? I just want to be clear. My dad is fat. My granddad was also a little bit fat. They were like burly people, right? They were strong, but they were also fat. And they were not like muscular chats from the gym and stuff like that. And I don't think you need to be muscular chats from the gym to be a good man. But I think a good man needs a certain amount of physical strength, which obviously comes from exercise and lifting and stuff like that. And obviously, the healthier you are, the less prone you are to have a heart attack and stuff like that. So it's more about health and less about how you look, right? But they both come hand in hand. Because I was also watching a video, and this is probably the last thing I'm gonna mention about the topic. I was watching a video, like, not a video, well, yeah, I guess it was a video, but like a TikTok, right? I don't know how TikTok works, but I was watching one in a web page, and I go into the TikTok page of the person that made the video, and it was a bunch of videos, which it was a really, really fat woman. And then again, I'm not here to fat shame anyone. I don't really care about other people, but I also think it's not healthy to glorify being fat. And there was this really, really fat woman that looks terrible. And I'm not saying like, oh, it doesn't look hot because it's fat. I mean, it looks unhealthy. It looks miserable because of how fat she is, right? And the title of the videos were, "What I Eat as a 21-year-old Woman." And I was like, how are you not 40? You look like you're 40. Like, she looks devastated by the obesity she has, right? And then she's only eating like pizza, hot dogs, like having like 20 pieces of bread for breakfast. And I know it's for shock factor because it's a video, and oh, I'm gonna get you to watch my horrible descent into death by sugar, right? Which is not funny whatsoever, and it's really sad that people kill themselves for views. But that aside, I think it's a terrible idea to let people know that it's okay to eat like this. You can have this and be fat if you want because you can be happy, and no one can tell you cannot be happy. Like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. Like, I don't care if you're not slim, I don't care if you're not healthy, but try not to be unhealthy, right? There's a middle point in that. Anyway, I'm gonna read the comments now, let the chat. Sorry, got distracted in my own hate speech. Seeing fitness influencers online makes me so irrationally mad. ISTG, it pushes a pretty unrealistic ideal that most people don't have the resources for. It also doesn't feel good when you have body image problems. Also, in popular opinion, guys posing shirtless online. Wait, what? I cannot read that. Are at the same level as OnlyFans girls. Yeah, I don't like to see anyone shirtless. I don't care if it's a guy or a girl or anything. Like, please don't be half naked on my internet search, right? In my scrolling, in my doom scrolling, I don't want to see anyone half naked. It doesn't matter if it's a hot guy, a hot girl. Like, I don't want to see... If I want to see hot people, I go to a website specifically made to watch hot people or cute people or like half naked people. I don't know. Like, I don't want to be scrolling in my social networks or on the feed or whatever and seeing half naked people against my will, right? I feel like that's something people don't really understand about this. Oh, sex workers deserve rights and people have the right to show their body. No, you have the right to show your body, but I have the right to not see it, right? So to be specific, you don't have the right to show your body in a public setting, right? In an online setting. So yeah, I agree with you. That's not an unpopular. It shouldn't. I think it's an unpopular opinion, but it shouldn't be one. I agree with you. And yeah, I feel like people with body image problems have I feel like a lot of people nowadays have problem with their bodies, to be specific, because a bunch of people use like filters and angles and to fake their body, right? On like TikTok videos and YouTube videos and whatever, right? And people watch those videos, especially kids, watch those videos and they grow up watching that kind of people and they think that's a realistic expectation of a body, right? Which is not. And yeah, everyone can get, I feel like most people that don't have like an illness or something like that, can get like jacked, like can go to the gym and get jacked and be like conventionally beautiful and handsome and attractive. But then again, that's not needed. Like I feel like I'm a little bit out of shape lately because, you know, like you get old and you don't have time to exercise because you have to do a lot of work and you spend all your free time being an unsuccessful VTuber and you don't have that much time to exercise. I've been going outside and like running around the street every day, every now and then. Wait, what happened? I didn't click attack. But I'm a little bit out of shape, I'm not gonna lie, and that happened after I got COVID, because when I got COVID, I got really, really bad. I thought I was going to be unalived by God. Thankfully, I didn't, but I lost a lot of, like, muscle, because I couldn't eat anything for, like, 4-5 weeks, and I lost a lot of muscle, and I haven't been able to get it back, so Bofiyami Moriko is no more after COVID. Of course, that was, like, 3 years ago. 2 years ago? 2-3 years ago, and I've been trying to recover, but you know it's really hard when you have heart problems because you cannot overextend yourself too much. Heart problems that I also got thanks to the COVID. If I want to see how people I look at your videos, thank you, I appreciate it. I know, I'm virtually really attractive. But yeah, for men, I think people should be more okay with men being a little bit chubby, and as well with girls, right? I think girls really get the short end of the stick. If they are really fat, but like the thing is, when you're a man, you can like more or less pass your chubbiness as a strength. If you're kind of big or burly, you go, oh, this guy is big because it's strong, right? But when a girl is fat, it's just fat, right? And yeah, some girls can be fat and they have like the thick thighs and the big titties because they are fat. And it looks nice, so I think there's a nice and attractive and healthy level of fat that people can have. Not everyone has to be slim and jacked. You can be like a little bit chubby and attractive. I would say I'm very attracted to a little bit of meat on girls. Like, a little bit, right? Not too much. But that's just my personal preference, right? One thing it's what you personally prefer, and the other it's like knowing something it's good or bad outside of your preferences. Anyway, I've been reading and watching a lot of videos about diets and stuff like that. And for example, I was watching a comedian, a stand-up comedian, which I don't really like stand-up comedians, but this one I find it kind of funny. I think it's the way he talks. Anyway, he was talking about how he's type 2 diabetic, which is, as you know, something not good. I think that's one of the worst things that can happen to you. But the guy is really, really fat, right? Most of his jokes, it's about being fat. And I think the other kind, it's about being Mexican, because I think he's Mexican, but he makes jokes in English anyway. And he was making a joke, right? But he was talking about how he got really, really sick because he was so fat and he became diabetic. And like, to make this short, the doctor told him he was going to die in 2 years, I think, if he didn't stop eating sugar, right? And like bread and carbohydrates and stuff like that, right? And basically what he did was he stopped eating the things with sugar and started indulging in like meat, bacon, like on cholesterol, right? Like, if you cannot eat sugar, you eat cholesterol to quench your eating habits. And he was like eating like how did he say that? Like, he was eating 5 half hamburgers, something like that. Like, he would get a hamburger from Burger King, for example, and he will take out the bread and the sauce, and he will just eat the meat and the bacon, right? And it was like, yeah, the cholesterol is gonna kill me in 10 years, but the diabetes will kill him in 2, right? So he's winning by 6 or something like that. That was the joke. I'm sorry, I'm not good at telling jokes that other people tell. But I think even if it's funny, I think he had the right idea, because you have to balance the things, and you have to stop eating what it's killing you and start eating what's not killing you, and maybe you can balance things out eventually, right? Because like, to be honest, I'm glad I just have to eat healthy for like a couple of months probably, and I mean I probably have to eat healthy for the rest of my life just to be sure, but I can indulge myself in an ice cream every now and then. I can indulge myself in like soda as long as it doesn't have sugar in it, which it really doesn't matter to me because it tastes the same, right? I was surprised when I got the no sugar Dr. Pepper and Coke. They taste like the same. I was surprised. So I don't really care if it doesn't have sugar. I don't really care if I cannot drink anymore, which whatever, right? It's just alcohol. It's not like I was alcoholic or anything. So that's something people get confused about me sometimes because I was so into alcohol. Like I used to talk a lot about how much I drink. I used to drink a bunch at parties. I don't drink at home usually. I have a couple of bottles in here which I'm not gonna touch anymore. I used to drink a lot. I never got drunk. I used to drink ridiculous amounts of alcohol. You know, that explains why I'm dying right now. But I was never an alcoholic. Like I just drink because I could, but I never feel the oh, I need to drink. If I don't drink, I'm gonna die or something like that. Right? I thankfully I have something in me that prevents me from becoming addict to anything. Right? Like if you tell me you cannot drink cola, okay, I'm not gonna drink like soda anymore. Right? You cannot drink alcohol. I'm not gonna drink alcohol anymore. I feel like I will have trouble if you tell me I cannot eat burgers or stuff like that because that's food, right? And we need food to live. That's a different kind of thing. But even with games, I was so obsessed with like Ragnarok Online back in the day when I was in like middle school, and I was getting really addicted, and I would play that game every day for hours and hours and hours, even more than I played Granblue Fantasy. But then I didn't feel like it, and I stopped being addicted to the game, and I stopped playing, and the same thing happened to a bunch of things. I feel like the same thing it may happen to Granblue Fantasy eventually. Hopefully it doesn't. You know, I feel I need what I need to keep playing Granblue Fantasy. It's a bro. I need a bro that also plays Granblue Fantasy. I don't have any bros anymore because you know, when you grow old, you lose all your friends. But I need like a waifu that plays Granblue Fantasy, right? Like a wife, like a partner that plays Granblue Fantasy with me and loves Granblue Fantasy as much as I do, so we can like nerd out about Granblue Fantasy over and over again. And I have someone to talk to because I feel like that's the thing that has been killing my Granblue Fantasy enjoyment. I don't have anyone to talk about Granblue Fantasy anymore. When I go and talk about Granblue Fantasy with my crew, they don't like to talk about it anymore, and they just complain about how the game is boring. And yeah, their complaints are valid, yeah, but I don't want to complain about the game. I want to love the game. I also like to complain every now and then, but I also like to love the game. That's the curse of human society. You cannot enjoy things on your own anymore. I mean, you can, but it's hard because obviously you want to share your love with other people. And that's kind of what I'm doing with these streams, right? I'm trying to share my love for Granblue Fantasy with you guys. Hopefully it translates well how much I love Granblue Fantasy and my wife and everything. So yeah, just to be clear, if I was you, if I was anyone watching this stream, I will not take dietary advice from internet people. Like, some people say useful stuff, but you have to take it with a grain of salt, and you have to do your own research, because obviously what works for some people doesn't work for other people. Everyone has a different body that handles things differently. I have seen people just eat burger and fries every day for years and don't get fat and actually stay healthy somehow. And I have seen people that only eat like salad and stuff like that get fat and actually get sick because they are not having proper nutrition. For example, you wanna hear some funny Moricolor? When I was a kid, I was a very sicklish kid. Like, I would get sick at least once a week. I would get like sick from my stomach, or I would get like some kind of flu or something like that. I was sick most of my elementary school days. Like, I missed a bunch of school days when I was in elementary school because I was sick. And I feel like that's one of the reasons I couldn't really make friends, aside from how awkward I was when I was a kid. I think I'm probably still a little bit awkward nowadays. But now I know that I'm awkward and I can just act differently to counteract it a little bit. But when I was a kid, I got really sick and I couldn't go to school and I was really sick all the time. And especially with flu, right? I would just get like flu every now and then. And the only thing that made me feel better, like the only thing that would actually heal me, aside from like medicine, of course, I asked my mom for a blue Gatorade and like some salt chips, like Lay chips, right? That's the only thing that would make me feel better. And the moment, for some reason, I don't know what kind of magic the blue Gatorade and the salt chips will work in my body. But the moment I had the blue Gatorade and the salt chips, I would feel immediately better when I was a kid. Like, immediately. It doesn't matter if it was like, if I was sick of my stomach or if I was having like flu or something. I will get instantly better, and it's funny to me. Obviously, it doesn't work anymore, and I feel like I was just more like gaslighting myself into feeling better because I got something to snack on when I was a kid. But it was funny to me that the blue Gatorade and salt chips make me feel better. That's one of my few happy memories when I was a kid. I think it's kind of funny that my happy memory is getting sick, but you know, it is what it is. Well, we're almost at 4K, so far so good. There's also genetics in play. You might be buff from genetics, or you might lose weight easier or harder. Yeah, that's true. Some people that are really strong, it's because of genetics, right? I feel like I have to be glad because my genetics says it's kind of like strong person, like a big strong back at like all the features you want to have as a man. I have them, thankfully, and I feel like I only have to put a little bit of effort to keep myself in shape, which I haven't put in a lot of years. But I think especially when you become older and your metabolism slows down, you have to put more effort to keep yourself in shape, which is also a real thing that happens. Moriko-sama, in real life, cheater code or placebo effect. Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? But it worked anyway, so it was nice. But you know, I'm thankful that I got better with the years. By the time I got into middle school, I actually wasn't getting sick that much, and by the time I was in like high school, I was like a normal person. I will just get sick like a couple of times a year. But when I was in elementary school, every day I would spend like every week I would spend like 2 or 3 days sick. My mom was really worried I had something really bad. My mom is like, I hope you don't die, and I go, same. I hope I don't die. Even to this day, every time I get like a headache or something, and my mom gets aware that I'm having a headache, she tells me, you should go to the doctor because of your headache. And like, I'm okay. But she just gets worried because I was really sick when I was a kid. I was one of those anime kids that was really sick, and I did like a pact with the devil, and now I'm a demon. But now that I'm a demon, I'm healthy. Something like that. Like, oh no, my child is going to die. Let me sell his soul to the devil. And now I'm healthy, but I don't have a soul anymore. I guess I traded my health for my luck. So I got my health back, but I lost my luck. I never was lucky to begin with, I think. Especially not lucky with women. That's the worst kind of luck. Wait, I'm gonna have a little bit of water. Give me a moment.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。
Also, don't worry about it. Even if this stream is like 5 or 6 hours long, I'm gonna play an indie game today. I'm just gonna go to sleep after this, and then I'm gonna wake up and I'm probably gonna play the indie game. Uh, I was thinking of adding the indie games to the schedule, but I think it's more fun if it's a surprise indie game because that way people cannot watch or like play the game beforehand. So it's more fun to just give you guys surprise indie games every day. That's part of my campaign to trying to get more followers and more subscribers and more people in the chat and more views and everything. I'm gonna be doing double the content, plus a little bit more because I'm also gonna be streaming and playing games on Saturday. Doing my absolute best to do as much content as I can. And I know maybe more content doesn't mean more subscribers, but I really don't know what else to do. People suggest me to make collaborations or like talk to other people that I don't know. I'm not social, dude. I know it might seem like it because I can talk to the chat, but it's just because you're the chat entity, right? You're not a real thing. You're just like a bunch of spirits trapped in a ball, which is the chat. And I can talk to the chat because it feels like talking to no one. But I'm not really good at friendships. I was never good at... I feel it shows because I don't have any friends right now. And I only have like a couple of friends in all my life, which is more like I needed people to make like school work together and not as much friends. And I have trouble trusting people. And not only that, but a lot of people miss this on the Moriko-sama lore. But when I was starting as a VTuber, I did try to connect with other VTubers. And it was such a waste of time because other people only care about their own growth. And they don't really want to be your friends or like to collab with each other. They just like care about themselves. And I just wasted a bunch of time supporting people that didn't support me. And I don't want to go back into that. So I'm sorry, but if you want to be friends with me, you have to support me first. And then I will see because I'm done supporting people. I mean, other VTubers for free. I'm gonna keep supporting developers because that's a different thing. Because I feel like when a developer makes a game and I play the game, what I get in return is playing the game, right? The experience of the game. But when I support other VTubers and they don't come back and support me back, I don't get anything in return except wasting my time. I'm trying to find a way to expand upon the things I'd said on the server. It's okay. Take your time. And if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I was just suggesting something. Because I'm not sure I quite get what you were trying to say there. Which I feel like I can understand. However, I don't think I quite see the problem because I did quite like the games. I mean, yeah, I get it in the sense of like every RPG Maker horror game kinda are kinda similar to each other, right? Because I feel like people get inspired by the same things and they have the same process of creating stuff, which is okay because it makes amazing content. Amazing games to play. But maybe I do understand from the point of the creator of the game how you're feeling about that. I really need to learn like Portuguese or something because I've been lately playing a bunch of games which are first made in Portuguese. And I feel like it's Brazilian, right? It are Brazilian games. I feel like Brazil has a bunch of really amazing developers that I'm missing out because I cannot speak or like read the language. Thankfully, some of them get translated to English, but it's not a good translation, right? So it has ups and downs. But yeah, I'm going all out with this final attempt at growing up and like I'm gonna try to keep myself like positive and think it's going to work because I really don't have any other choice. And if it doesn't, you know, it was a good run. It was the best I could do. And if the best I could do, it's not enough, well, it's not enough. I guess it's not meant to be. But I don't want to go with any regrets, right? So I'm working on other things. I'm working on a Moriko rework also, like my Live 2D model. It's gonna get a rework before the end. I'm working on other like Imoto, it's also getting a rework. Derasu's also getting a rework and stuff like that. I also have some long-term projects. I don't want to spoil anything in this kind of a stream, right? Because it's not like the right way to give the news. But I'm working on some things aside from making more content. I'm also working on long-term projects. But hopefully more content just gives me more views and stuff like that, right? I'm also gonna be, I know it's not gonna be ideal for my usual viewers, but I'm gonna try to make one stream early one day, and the next day, like for example, like Monday it's gonna be at 10 a.m. in the morning, which is my usual time of streaming, which is like right now. And then Tuesday it's going to be like 8 hours later. So I have two different schedules, so maybe I can grab the attention of two different groups of people. So I don't know what else to do. Talking of body attributes, I have no strength, no flexibility, no gymnastic skills, and I'm skinny like a twig. These are my bad pulling something real life. Gotcha. Hey, I think it's what you want to do with, or like what you want to have with your body, right? I feel like for some people being skinny will be the ideal body type, right? Some people have different ideal body types. I mean, strength is only needed if you're gonna have to use it, right? Like, I mentioned it before, but I grew up in a farm. So, I grew up working in a farm, so I'm strong because I grew up being strong, right? I didn't have a choice to not be strong, right? About flexibility, I also have no flexibility, but I don't think people are supposed to have flexibility. But women may have, right? But I don't think men are supposed to be that flexible anyway. I have the flexibility of a rock. Like, even stretching, sometimes it's troublesome for me because I'm not flexible at all. I'm also lazy and retarded. Saying slur straight up feels... I mean, people really think, like, retarded is a slur, I guess. But I guess it is one if you want it to be one, but... I don't know, when I was younger, we used to say that a lot, and yeah, maybe it's disrespectful to people with actual disabilities and stuff like that, which I understand, but I don't... By the time I grew up, I don't see it, because of the time I grew up, I don't see it as a slur that much. However, I try not to say that much because I know people don't like to hear it. I actually had some family members that have, you know, issues that could be called that word, and I know it's hard for families, so, and for people around that person, and for the person itself, so I understand kind of that. And that's one of the things I feel okay with not saying, or with censoring myself and not saying. But I don't have problems if people say it, because I also kind of understand that it's a word we used to say a lot for different reasons, right? Not to the actual disabled person, but like to other people. It's like when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, we used to say gay a lot. Right? We used to say gay a lot, like, oh, you're gay. Stop being gay. And it didn't have to do anything with gay people, and it's not like that we hated gay people. It was just a thing we said, right? I mean, at least I don't hate gay people. You kind of have abs. I think that's good enough, right? Actually, it's harder for skinny people to get muscles. So maybe if you want to get muscles, you have to get fat first. I'm just saying. Because I remember in high school, there was this guy that was like really obsessed with the gym, and he would go to the gym every day, and he was like really really ripped, but he was really slim, so it didn't show up, and he thought he was stronger than I was. But since I was a little bit chunky, you know, when I was in high school, I was a little bit chunky because I'm strong, but I'm strong the chunky, like the Kratos way, right? I have the body type of Kratos, maybe not that much muscles, but like the size. I have that size of a body a little bit. Maybe not as tall as Kratos, right? But I don't know how tall Kratos is. Anyway, he thought he was stronger than me because he went to the gym every day and had a six-pack, and I didn't have a six-pack because I have like a tummy, right? But guess what? I don't need a six-pack because I'm like 2 times as strong as you because my muscles are twice the size. So yeah, I think if you have to be strong, you have to gain weight and then turn that weight into muscle, right? Then again, I feel like I was kind of blessed. Excluding all the times I got sick in my weak body, I think I got blessed. Like, when I say I have a weak body, I mean I get sick easily and I have no defenses. But my physical strength, it's real. My endurance is not. I get tired really fast. Like, I cannot run for a long time because I get tired, but I can lift a bunch of weight and I can move heavy things with ease. Yeah, it's super normalized in my country, and I use it a lot online. But when you're actually dealing with problems, it's kind of. I also fear YouTube will remove my comment. Yeah, YouTube, it's a bitch. But yeah, like again, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. If you want to say it, you can say it. It's just one of those things that I understand, right? It's when I don't like when people get like to social justice warrior into something like, oh no, you cannot say that word because it's evil. It's like you have to understand people come from different backgrounds and understand words differently and use words differently. So like not everyone has a family member with that disability, or not everyone was gay or had a gay friend growing up, and they are not that careful with the word gay. And then again, I don't use as an insult, right? Sometimes I may say like, why are you gay? But it's not like gay, it's a bad thing. It's just because it's funny to say that. I don't know, it's just funny to me. What do you want from me? Yeah, I got that advice too, but I generally don't eat a lot, and getting fat doesn't really sound so appealing. Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I'm telling you. I rather, and I know a lot of people would rather be skinny and have trouble building muscle than be fat, right? Because as much as I like my strong body, I would rather have a slim body. I don't know. It's more aesthetic to me, like aesthetically pleasing to me. You know what's aesthetically pleasing? Women. And I think girls have really nice bodies. Oh god, just 4K? Only 4K? Man, I don't want to do this anymore. But I have to. Yeah, there's a bunch of other like slurs. I don't even like the word slur. I think it's ridiculous when people call a word slur, but again, I understand it. Yeah, we have to be careful with what I'd rather not people not censor themselves, but just have the common sense to use words properly in a certain setting. Right? Like if you're with your friends and family that you know are okay with the word, just say it. But if you're in an internet forum or like in a Discord server or in a public setting outside or in a convention or something, maybe don't say those words if you can't help it, right? I mean, I respect your right to say any word you want to say as long as it's in a respectful way, but maybe be mindful of the setting. I don't know why people can't have more common sense with that kind of thing, right? Also, if you're not athletic in the slightest, being skinny is not that great either. I mean, I guess, but like I mentioned before, I guess it depends on what you want to do with your body and with your life, right? Like, if you want to be a twink, you can. You can't be one, right? Like, if you're skinny, right? And I know some people that wanted to be twinks, but like, well, I don't know personally, I don't know them, right? But I have read online that people wish to be skinny because they could be like fanboys or something, and they are not because they are not skinny, right? Life it's for everyone, and everyone has like a preferred body type, and other people prefer certain body types and stuff like that. And you know, that's where like the body dysmorphia comes from, right? Like when your body doesn't look like exactly you want it to be. But I feel like instead of trying to change your body, which again, it's a welcome thing to do if you want to do it, but instead of trying to change your body to unrealistic standards, however, whatever they might be, just accept, sorry, the way you look. Again, I'm not saying you should not exercise or anything like that, but like, to the point of people that have like body dysmorphia and problems with how they look, I think the first thing you have to do instead of trying to change your body, it's accept how you look and accept the reality of things. and then try to work from there to a realistic change, right? So I feel you can change if you try, but first you have to accept how you look right now. And I'm not talking that much about like being skinny or fat or something like that, but I'm talking more about people that I have seen a lot of people complain like, I wish I look more feminine, I wish I look more masculine, and it's like, you know, it's life, it's genetics. Sometimes you don't look how you want to look, and you have to make peace with it. And you have to live your life, the life the cards you got dealt, you have to do it with those cards. I remember when I was younger, I used to be really jealous of a kid from school, right? From elementary school, because he was always eating the best snacks. Like he always like, I will get like a sandwich or something, and he will eat like pizza for lunch and stuff like that, right? Every day, and we went to his house. He had a bunch of like juice boxes and everything. And yeah, it sounds amazing when you're a kid and you see a kid being pampered that way with all the snacks and all the juices and everything, right? But as I grew up, I noticed that he had so many snacks and stuff like that because his mom will not make food, and his mom will never be at home, and he was like a very neglected child, right? And I noticed like what I was jealous about, that he was eating whatever they want. Like later in life, I don't want to go into specifics because of respect for that person, but later in life he got really sick, like really sick. And it was because of malnutrition, right? Because yeah, he was eating pizza, he was eating snacks, but he was never getting any like homemade food. He was never eating, like drinking water or anything like that. And I was really jealous because he could eat all the pizza he wanted and all the burgers he wanted and all the candy and drinks he wanted, and he will not get fat. But he wasn't getting fat because he was like in a nutrition deficit, right? And the thing I was jealous about back then, I'm grateful that my mom gave me so much food, like healthy food, because yeah, I might be a little bit on the heavy side, but I'm more or less healthy. Yeah, I'm a little bit sick right now, but it's because I've been eating terribly because I have no money. Like, now that I live on my own, I have no money for good food, and I've been drinking a lot, so that's the worst combination. And it's not my mom's fault whatsoever. To be honest, I really don't need to look good for my future aspirations. It's just my insecurities going, if you don't look like this unrealistic ideal, you look bad and should die. And it happens to everyone, especially during that age, which I'm not gonna mention that age, but yeah, it happens to the best of us, especially during that age. I will be lying if I say I wasn't insecure with my body when I was, especially in like the transition from middle school to high school. I was not that secure of my body because I was on the chubby side, because the thing is, I got chubby first and then I grew up, right? Like, I got chubby and then I got taller, but there was like a good year and a half when I was just chubby and I was like, why am I so fat? Why am I so fat? I haven't changed how I eat, I haven't changed my physical activity, why am I getting so chubby? And it was just that time of my life, right? When I had to be chubby and I was like not having a good time. For the last year of middle school and the first year of high school, I was like not doing great, but then I just grew up and everything came into place and I just became extremely attractive for some reason. Like, I think at that point in my life, it's the only point I have been like conventionally attractive, because I was really slim and I was really tall, but I was like not fat, but I have like big shoulders and like big arms and stuff like that. And I still don't know why in hell I didn't got a girlfriend or a hot girlfriend or anything like that. And I know the answer. It's because even if I was attractive, I was an asshole. Like, I know I'm not a good person. I hate everything. I just despise everything. I complain about everything all the time. I'm very like pessimistic and negative, and obviously no one wants to be around that. So even if I was attractive, well, there were a couple of girls that tried to date me, but it didn't work out because of me mostly. Again, I don't want to go in those kind of topics. It's not the Moriko way to go into those topics. So. Being a middle schooler sucks. Yeah, it does. It does. Especially because when I was in middle school, like, no one liked anime. No one liked anime back then. Like, 2 or 3 people would like anime casually, maybe. But people still made fun of you for liking anime. And, you know, I rather prefer people to make fun of me for liking anime than nowadays that everyone watches anime and everyone makes anime trends and everyone is using anime shirts. I hate that so much. I hate it so much. If she breathes, she's a... you know what? Yeah, she was. Also, she I don't want to go into specifics, but after she tried to date me, she became a lesbian. She became Lebanese. She became Lebanese. And to this day, I'm kind of worried about that. Because why would you try to date me and then just date women, right? That's kind of weird. I don't know, right? I don't know about that, but yeah, she was kind of a thought. Thankfully, we only dated like a month because I was not attracted. I think I talked about this before. I think, but I was not attracted to her in a physical way, right? She was not physically attracted to me. She was like as tall as me. I think she was a little bit taller than me, which I don't have a problem with that. And she was really slim, but she had no how do I say this? She had no attractive features that women usually have. But you know, I'm a nice person. I like to think I'm a nice person. So I said, okay, I'm not gonna judge people for their physical appearance, and I'm gonna date her anyway. And I tried to date someone, even if I didn't like them, how they look, and it didn't work out. So now I'm only if I like how you look, I may like you person. I'm sorry, but it is what it is, right? I tried to not be a looks person, and it didn't work. So I'm a looks person now. Obviously, personality is more important, but it has to come with good looks at least. Most relationships at that age are super. You could have a... Yeah, you know, about that, and I don't think I can talk about this on stream, and I'm not gonna go into specifics, but you know the really sad part is that we kind of broke up in good terms because it just didn't really work out because I was not putting effort. I just want to be clear, that was totally my fault because this girl was like, hey, do you want to go to this place? Do you want to go to the movies? And I was like, no, I don't want to go to the movies. I don't like any movies that are airing right now. And it's like, hey, do you want to go to that classroom that it's empty? And I was like, no, why would I do that? What? I didn't like her. That's the problem, right? I didn't feel attracted to her. I was trying to be nice, but I'm just such an asshole that it didn't work out. And then we ended up in like normal terms. It was not an ugly breakup. I feel like we didn't like each other that much. I mean, she liked me, but I didn't like her that much. And she kind of hated me in the end. And the sad part about this is that when she replaced me with a girl, that girl was really hot. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that girl was really attractive. And it was her friend, if I remember correctly. And I was like, damn, I wanted to date your friend instead. And now you're dating your friend. Yeah, there's no point in dating someone if you're not attracted to... Yeah, that's true. But you know, the thing is, I was asked to date this girl. Because a mutual friend of us asked me like, hey, can you date this girl? She's really into you and she loves you and you have to date her. And I was like, but I don't want to date anyone. Like, to be honest, I have really unrealistic standards of people. Like, basically for me to date someone, they have to be like me, but a girl. Like, they have to be my female version, and that's the most unrealistic thing. And I know it's never gonna happen. I mean, it hasn't happened in 3 decades, right? So it's not gonna happen, probably. Because, you know, if someone is exactly like me, I don't think I would like myself. So, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. And yeah, it was such a shame because I lost the chance to date the actual cute girl. But it was cute, but she was also a thought, so it's okay I didn't date her because, like, I don't know, hot take or whatever, like, maybe I'm wrong, but I would say, like, most of the women I knew when I was in school were kind of thoughts. Like, a little bit of thoughts. Like, the attractive women are usually kind of thoughts because they feel like they can have everything just because they're attractive. On the other hand, I also met some really amazing women. I could say the same about men, you know? I could say all the men I knew in school were also thugs because men are, like, disgusting. I could never date someone too much emotional and physical turmoil I could never go through. I mean, yeah, loving someone is suffering. It's one of the nicest things you can have, but it's also one of the worst things that can happen to you. I think overall it balances out in the end. Depends on the person, right? That you're dating and in the person you are, but I think it's overall it's worth it. Like a heart, I never had my heart broken because I feel like I don't have the capacity to love someone. Like I don't have the ability to love someone properly. Like maybe I don't know what love is because like, okay, it might sound weird, but when I see Nier right now, when I see Nier on screen, when I hear the voice actor for Nier, I feel love. I have feel attracted to waifus in a not funny way, like in a serious way. When I was a kid, I was really into anime girls, and that was like my emotional dummy for powering my feelings, right? But with real people, I have real trouble actually falling in love with girls. I don't think I have ever fallen in love with a girl to the point like I was like, I'm dreaming about you, I'm only thinking about you. And that's kind of weird, right? But I'm sure real love exists, and I'm sure maybe I could feel real love if I meet the right person. And like I mentioned before, I'm a believer in true love, and I feel like when there is true love, you're gonna go through pain, but it's gonna be worth it, right? So if it ever happens, I'll let you know. If I ever go to Japan and I meet a cute girl and she loves me and I love her back, I'll let you know. And if it happens to be the voice actor for Nier, which I don't know how old she is, let me look how old the voice actor is. She's 42 years old, so she's a little bit older than me, which I'm okay with. Yeah, it's about a little less than 10 years older than me, which is okay. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. I have like 3 years to go to Japan. Why does it have to be a Japanese girl? It doesn't have to, but I prefer them that way, okay? And yeah, I know it's a cliche of people that like anime liking Japanese girls. Well, what do you? They are cute. What do you want from me? They are cute. But really, at this point, anyone that loves me, it's enough. I feel the older you become, the less picky you are about things. But the good thing is you can always have your waifu, you can always have your husbando. That's not going anywhere. Shikaku! I'm out of things to say right now. Let me see my topics of conversation that I made up just a moment ago. Okay, we already talked about my diet. We already talked about my Granblue Fantasy crew dying. We already talked about how much I love my wife Nier. And just in case, I love her so much. And oh yeah, we also talk about the new Granblue Fantasy skin and about dieting videos. I feel like I can keep talking about the diet videos because I've been watching a lot of them. So we can go for that again. So I'm a little bit behind of a schedule in the meat farming. mean, yeah, you can have a Dakimakura for emotional purposes. It's okay. I mean, some people in Japan just marry a Dakimakura, right? Or just marry a like a love doll, which is weird, but it's okay. You know, whatever makes you happy. I think in this desolated world, if you find something that makes you happy, be a woman, a man, a doll, a pillow, a virtual waifu, you know, it's okay as long as you keep it like personal and secret, and you know, it's your personal life. For example, as a VTuber, I'm kind of worried about how people get attached to the Hololive girls, for example, right? Like, oh, this girl is my wife, and I'm gonna give everything for her, and I'm gonna spend every waking minute for her, and she doesn't even know who you are, right? Like, it's the most parasocial toxic thing I have seen. There's a good way to be parasocial, like a healthy way to be parasocial, but I think like the Hololive girls are really taking it out of the park, and people are getting too obsessed with them. Because they give the girlfriend experience, right? And I think a lot of female VTubers, 99% of them, gave you the girlfriend experience because that's what gives them views and subscribers and money. But I think it's doing like irreparable damage to young men. Nah, just a regular pillar. I'm not a whip. You know, you can get a Dakimakura, which a Dakimakura, it's the cover, but you can get just a large pillow, right? It doesn't have to have an anime girl in it. You can get a long pillow. I used to have a long pillow back in the day, but it just got like really old and I have to throw it out and I haven't had the chance to get a new one. But I used to have a long pillow when I was a little bit younger, like 10 years ago. I used to have a long pillow and they are really comfortable. Like they really help you sleep at night and stuff like that. I'm a little bit conflicted because I don't have anything for lunch. I don't know what to make for lunch. And I'm dying to order like a pizza or like a burger or something. But I know I should not do it because of my health. But I really don't have anything else. Like, I think I only have eggs and... I think I have cabbage left. A little bit of cabbage. And onion. I think I have one onion left. And I'm only halfway there, which is not ideal. I also think my voice is giving out because of how much I'm talking. And you know, I have seen other people streaming, and that's the thing I don't understand. Sorry. I've been streaming for 2 hours, and no one has come to see the stream, not even for a second. But when I go and search for VTubers streaming, I always see them having a couple of views and a couple of people randomly coming in. So how come my stream doesn't show into other people's like recommended or like searches and stuff like that? I want to understand that. Why is my stream not showing up? And why is people not coming? I don't care if they don't stay. Like, I want people to come and give me a chance. I guess the answer is that the YouTube algorithm is broken and I hate it so much. I also think it's very funny how people are deciding that... People are just deciding that everything is autistic right now. Like, for example, Laios from Dungeon Meshi. People say it's autistic, but I don't see the autistic in him, right? I don't think people know what autistic is anymore. And I feel like they just say anything is autistic because they want to be autistic. And everything has to be autistic because of representation. And they are saying that the new League of Legends character is autistic, but I don't see the autistic in the character. I've seen the trailer and I've seen a few interactions. And I don't see the autism. And I don't think people know what autism is anymore. And, you know, if you don't know what it is, shut the fuck up. Because it's a really serious thing. And it's not to be joked about, and it's not to say, oh, I'm a little bit autistic. You know, you're autistic or you're not. I know people say, oh, it's a spectrum and you can be a little bit autistic, but is it really, are you really autistic when you're only like 10% autistic? No, you're not, right? You just live like your normal life and let people actually have to deal with the problems of being autistic. That. Anyway, I've been seeing a lot of people and more people every day complaining about Twitter, which is now named X. And hopefully it will die very soon. Hopefully it dies and no one uses it anymore and someone comes with a better thing and... It's not lunchtime yet. Go back to bed. And once again, I'm out of topics of conversation. I mean, I guess I understand why people don't subscribe to me. I have nothing to say. Then again, I will have more things to say if there were more people in the chat. Do you see my problem? Because you see other VTubers that talk about hours, but they have like 20 people in the chat and they just can't like pull a conversation topic from the chat. But if you have the chat, you don't have the problem talking. If you don't have the chat, you have the problem talking. It's one of the things that solve itself in time. It's not time for lunch yet. Don't cry. Please. No, I feel mostly I've been thinking about real life things, like in real life things, and I don't feel like that's appropriate to talk on stream. I've been thinking about moving out to a different city or like different state or something, just to try something new, but like I feel like I need a change in my life. And if it's not gonna come from VTubing, it has to come from somewhere else, right? I'll try to elaborate, but my mind is a bit foggy, so I might end up saying nonsense. It's okay. Also, don't feel forced to elaborate if you don't want to. If there's something I'm sure about, it's like if I go to other VTubers, it's not gonna work because I'm just gonna be wasting my time. That happened before. Like I spent so many hours of my life watching other VTubers and supporting other VTubers, and they never came back to say. I mean, a couple of them kinda did, but like they never came back to say hello even, right? I mean, I love scrolling through League of Legends forums and people saying the game is not fun anymore, but they're still playing. Like, if something's not fun, stop playing it. And yeah, I'm playing Granblue Fantasy, but I still find enjoyment in the game, okay? Just like people use, like, Twitter/X, and it's like, I hate this place, then leave, right? That's what I did, like, I'm not staying in here, and I just deleted my account. Then I move on, and yeah, I know, granted, maybe if I still have my Twitter account, I could get more followers and more subscribers and stuff like that. But it was something I was not willing to sacrifice. Like I mentioned before, I'm not gonna sacrifice my soul for success, right? Because if there's something I hate, it's the people that sacrifice their soul for success and then complain about sacrificing their soul when they already have the success, right? Like, if you make a deal with the devil, that's your problem. No one forces you to do it. And with this, I will be halfway there. Ugh, halfway there. Whew. Do I have the skin yet? Oh, here is where I get the skin. Look at this skin. It looks good. It looks badass. I'm like halfway there. Well, one of my friends already got the outfit, which is amazing. It looks good, and I'm halfway there. 53, which is about the amount I have. So I should be able to get it today, maybe. Every try I want to delete it. Etherein Sama post. It's okay, you don't have to delete it just because I say so, right? But yeah, that's the problem I see people struggle with trying to leave Twitter /X, whatever. It's like, oh, I can't leave because my favorite person only posts in there. I understand. I lost so many contacts. I used to have a decent relationship with a couple of Vtubers, but I lost that when I left Twitter. And I also lost a bunch of artists I used to follow, a lot of like creators I used to follow, only post on Twitter, and I lost that, and it feels really, really bad, so I understand you don't want to do it. A few days ago was the 9th anniversary of the Hello Charlotte series, actually, of the first one, like the 9th anniversary of the first game. I wonder if they're gonna do something for the next year then, if it's the 10th anniversary. Super surprised about that. Can't believe I only played the games like a year ago. Less than a year ago. And to be honest, I have the feeling that I had seen Hello Charlotte before, but I never played it. Until you mentioned it, I didn't have an idea it existed. But I feel like I like, for example, I played Goodbye. The other Goodbye, I forgot the name. Joanne or something like that. The other game that is inspired on Hello Charlotte, I played that one first before playing the actual Hello Charlotte game. Okay, from this point on, I'm gonna do it slowly. I'm gonna farm at my own pace because I'm getting tired of this and I'm halfway there, so I'm gonna take like a break in the form of just doing it slower. But yeah, that new skin looks good. I will have to see the animations. I kind of want to see them. And they say they are gonna upgrade the skin every Guild War, right? So that's like, I guess, the reason to play Guild War now, to get the new skin. Because, like, to be fair, you don't need 10k meat to get 1 billion honors. You only need like 6k at most, depending on what raid are you planning to do. But that's how I like to play. I like to do 10,000 meat, and then I like to consume it at my own pace until the very end, and I usually finish all my meat by the end. Anyway, I've been wanting to find another game similar to Hello Charlotte. Not like the same thing, or like it looks the same or it plays the same. I mean, like, I've been trying to find a game that excites me as much as the Hello Charlotte series, you know, like that feeling you are like immersing yourself into the mind world of another person. It's hard to find. I would say almost impossible. Think of any ending ever. When you take everything the story gives you for granted, no character goes through development and nothing has changed since the beginning. How is that a satisfying ending? Think of any ending ever. When you take everything the story gives you for granted, like how things are gonna proceed. No character goes through development and nothing has changed since the beginning. How satisfying is it? I mean, not satisfying whatsoever, right? For some reason, I know it's not exactly a game. I mean, it was a visual novel, but it's more like an anime. I'm thinking about Clannad, and at the end of Clannad, things change in a drastic way, and characters go through a really deep-rooted change. That's one of the endings that like stuck with me forever. But yeah, I feel that I think I understand, right? Like, how different is the character at the beginning of the game that at the end? I think at the it's the chapter 1, right? So it's that's the thing. It's chapter 1, right? It's just the first part of the story. So do you really have to change after the first part of the story? Because usually the first episodes of things, of chapters or whatever, it's about how you're losing your normal, right? So it makes sense you're still the same at the end of losing your normal, and then the next, what comes next, it's the change, right? But you don't necessarily have to change at the beginning. But yeah, a lot of the indie games I play, RPG Maker games to be specific, aside from the, oh, I went through a traumatic experience and everything, I feel like unless the character dies because of depression things, I don't feel they changed that much. I think that's correct. I went to this traumatic experience. Anyway, let's go back to... Or like the world itself changing, it's also important. I guess that's something that... Shut up. That's something that the Blood, Flesh and Concrete game did really good. I think that's a good example of a good job doing that. Because not only the character changes, but the perspective of the world that that character has changes a lot, right? I began to believe that a story with no themes has no direction to go towards, so it becomes stale, generic, and boring. Also, this is not about Nacho's World exclusively. Okay. So in general, okay. A story with no theme, but what do you mean by theme? Like, what is specific thing, like an example of theme you could give me? What do you mean about theme? Like a motivational theme, like a setting theme, like a lesson at the end theme. I'm confused about that a little bit. Sekaku! Shut up. No. Do you want to talk to the people on the internet? Yeah? No? Look, I'm gonna up the volume of the so you can hear the doggy. Do you want to talk to the people on the internet? Okay, I think that's enough, right? I just got this from analyzing other works too. I wish I could give an example, but my brain is being squished dry. It's okay, sorry. I don't want to put pressure into your brain. Shut up, doggy! Give me a second. Okay, I'll try to give this some more thought and come with an example. Okay, yeah, you have the like 5 minutes I'm gonna go and use to feed my dogs. I'll be back in a moment.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。トロピカルメロス。やったよリスちゃん。
And when I'm back right now. How are you doing, guys? The beautiful sound of silence. Of no doggies screaming in my face. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit sleepy, so I'm trying to keep my mood up.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。
Okay, theme might not be the appropriate word. The word I'll be looking for is intention. Like intention, like purpose, like the meaning of the game, right? Like what is the point aside from playing a game of experiencing this story? That's what you mean. Like at the end when someone plays this, when someone experiences this, what is to have at the end of that, right? Like reading a book, what is the point of reading this book? Have you guys tried Korean food? Like some random thought about just to talk, to put some other topics out there of conversation. Have you guys had Korean food? Because I feel like I had Korean food a couple of times in my life, but not really that much, or like on a usual basis, right? And I feel like Korean food it's a very delicious type of food. So I could say the most Korean thing I had is obviously the spicy ramen that I like. It's Korean. I love kimchi. That's one of the things I love. The pre-packaged kimchi. I don't make my own kimchi. I'm not Korean and I have no idea how to do it. But I love eating kimchi. It's. I feel like that's a lot of people don't like it because it's so strong, but I love it. Like over rice, it's the absolute best thing ever, and it's such a healthy thing to eat. Another thing, I may get kimchi. I'm gonna put that in my list. Get some kimchi. Before I forget, yeah, I'm gonna get kimchi this week. And aside from that, I had Korean barbecue once, and I guess some dumplings and stuff like that. Bibimbap, gimbap. I think I had that once too. Because I really don't know a good place to eat Korean food, and I don't know anyone Korean that could make me like traditional food to try. But it's a shame because I think it's pretty delicious. Extremely strange example, but I think of generic not safe for work dojin with a plot that has no other purpose than to create an erotic snare. Well, that's the purpose of the dojins, right? I mean, some of them go the extra mile and give you a story and something to think about after you read it. For the love of God, I have read dojins that I cannot do the intended purpose of the dojin because it's so interesting that I'm just thinking about the story. If the author doesn't want you to think deeper into the plot and characters you want, as such, the story lacks any aspect that will make you think deeper about, yeah. Well, if he doesn't want to, or if he doesn't have the ability to make it, right? Because I feel like making people think with your stories, it's an ability that not everyone has. That's basically what my game seems to be to me, a plot that has no aspects one could think deeper on. Well, really, that surprises me, because as someone that has played your games, and you know I'm not gonna be nice just because of being nice, I don't think that's true. I think you can think about some topics of your games. Like, I know for a fact, most recently, about your most recent Grayscale Yaoi game, after playing the game, I was thinking about some things, about myself, right? And I think, it's important that, I like when I can reflect myself, or like, think about myself when I play games. Like I could relate to the game, and I can introspect into myself after playing the game, and I feel that that's what happened to me with that game. And honestly, that's really good. That's really good. Obviously, not all of them can be bangers in that sense. They can be fun games, but not as a fun, like, introspective experience. Again, I also think that depends on people, so maybe that's why you don't feel it, but I kind of feel it, and there might be other people that really, really feel it, or some people that don't feel it at all, because I guess how much you can like get into the plot and think about it and like extract things that from them, it depends on the person too, right? That's why some people say some games change their life. Games that changed my life, I don't think I can say a lot of them. I know at the moment when you play a game and you finish it, you feel like, oh, this is really important, and then it goes away because it's just like the emotions in the moment pouring out, right? But I feel like games that really make me think about my life and change the way I behave, I would say it was like Persona 5. Most recently Persona 5, and I would say Nier Automata, which, like, they really make you think not only about yourself, but the world you live in and the people you interact with. It really changed how I behave a little bit. So I think when a game changes how you behave, it's a really big impact on your life, and it's a really good game that makes you think about the topics and, like, intention of the game, right? Which, for example, I'm really disappointed on Persona 5, because Persona 5 was about defeating the evil corporations and the evil people in the world and making things right. And then they decide to make a gacha, like a Chinese gacha of the game, right? And the worst thing that you could be in this world is a Chinese gacha, right? The worst country doing the worst kind of thing with the worst kind of company. And you decided to use the IP that was supposed to be the one that frees us from the chains of corporations and adults and the horrible things in the world, and fight for what you think is true. And you make it the most corporate product ever. Like, really disappointed on Persona 5 from that. I suppose, but I think that that's a just you thing. My problem is that I didn't intend to make someone think deeper. But you didn't intend, but you want to intend that. That's like your. What you're trying to say now is that you didn't intend with your previous games, and you feel they are lacking something because you didn't put the intent into it, and you want to do it in your future games, which I think it's a totally okay thing, because just the fact that you realize that, I think it's enough growing up, and obviously you can apply it to new games. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are going to fail trying to make that, because again, that's not something easy to do. It's like me trying to become a VTuber that changes people's lives in a good way, right? Because a lot of VTubers are famous, but they do nothing to better people's life, right? And I think doing it the right way is really hard. And even if you do it the right way, it doesn't mean you're gonna have success trying to do it. But hey, you're more than welcome to try, and you know you can always make remakes of games, you know, like if Avi does make a remake of House for Alyssa 1, you can make a remake of like your old games, but trying to put more intent into it, more intention into it, right? You can always make remakes, you can always rewrite the story. Those are your stories, you can do whatever you want with them, you can modify them, you can retry them, you can try like a different universe. And you can try to put it, maybe you're gonna fail on giving them intent and purpose and everything. Maybe you don't, but the only way to get better and know it's to try, right? Which I understand your frustration, but don't worry too much about it. That's the only advice I can give you. Like, I kind of get what you're trying to say. I'm not sure I get it, but I think I understand. Because I feel the same thing. Like, I feel most of my content has no soul in it, no purpose in life. Like, yeah, I'm playing Granblue Fantasy right now and I'm talking to the viewers, but what does this change in the long run, right? This stream, it's gonna do nothing for anyone, right? Yeah, maybe people feel less lonely when they are talking to me, and I feel less lonely when I'm streaming. But in the long run, it's not doing anything. This has no bigger purpose, right? That's why I wanted to do things like animations, like music videos. Like I wanted to do the Hikiyame Moriko game jam, which I don't think it's gonna happen, never. I wanted to do things that have meaning, that have a positive impact in people, but it's hard to do it when you have no tools to work with, right? I have no time, I have no money, and those are the tools you use to create things. I have no friends that help me do things. Which honestly, even if I had friends, I wouldn't feel good asking for their help to do things, because I feel like it's kind of selfish. And I'd rather not bother people with my things. But yeah, trying to do things with a purpose, it's complicated. And even if you try to do it, you fail. Okay, this turned out to be kind of depressing. One thing that you should keep in mind is that I'm no professional writer. I have no theory knowledge. I'm just a lowly, unstable creature of unspecified age that's a bit too into their fictional worlds. Okay, yeah, but you know, what is even being a professional writer? Like, aside from like theoretical knowledge that it's ultimately mostly useless, aside from the grammatic and stuff like that, it's mostly useless. The best stories in the world has come from unstable people in their fictional worlds, right? Hello Charlotte, The Lord of the Rings, you know, that kind of thing. Even the story of Drakengard, Nier Automata, Silent Hill, that's just lonely people getting into their headspace and doing things. Well, maybe not Silent Hill because that was a group effort, right? But you know what I mean, right? I think if anything, you are the kind of person that has the potential to make something great, because I have seen you do some amazing things without proper preparation and knowledge. Now, just imagine what you can do with proper preparation and knowledge. And you don't have to force yourself, you have time. So I'm sure you're gonna do great things, because you already have done great things. If anything, just give yourself some time, right? You think I don't go back and watch my first video and I cringe about how bad I was? And I know I'm a lot better right now, but I'm still not good enough. I'm not trying to compare myself making videos to you making games, because obviously making games is more complicated. But I'm just trying to find like relatable point. What else? What else? What else? Or maybe I'm edgy and pretentious and I should be way more involved in my actual life. You know, you can be both. You can be edgy, pretentious, and be a talented person, like writing fictional worlds. But there's no... They can be on parallel, right? Like, you can be both things if you want to. They are not mutually exclusive, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not comforting you. I'm not good at comforting people anyway. I'm just saying what I think it's true. Believe me, if you do something that I think sucks ass, I'm gonna tell you it sucks ass. Maybe in a nice way, but I will tell you it sucks. Or I don't like something, right? But yeah, don't worry. I just don't comfort people because I think they need comforting. That's something I think it's not okay to do, and maybe that's why people hate me. I'm just being honest with what I think it is, the truth. I think anything I had to say, I say it during the reviews, right? Like, oh, this is kind of edgy. This reminds me of other games and stuff like that. Yeah, improving is good. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this. I was playing God of War yesterday in my free time. Because I couldn't go to sleep, so I decided to play a little bit. And I finally defeated my first boss of the keys. Like, how are the Rage Stones? No, wait. One of those green bosses that comes out from the stone. I forgot the names of the things. The gravestones, right? Yeah, I defeated the first boss from the gravestone. It took me like 20 tries, but I did it with a cooldown build. And I'm trying to defeat the second one, but the second one is 3 enemies at the same time, and they have a lot of HP, which is nuts for me. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Because every time I try to focus one, the other two kill me. So it might take a while, but if I kill this one, which is 3 enemies at the same time, I'm gonna 100% my first map of God of War, so... I'm gonna try to improve my stats. I think I may go to the Niflheim or whatever the name of the fire world is, and I will try to make my armor a little bit better, because I could use a little bit more of cooldown. Because if I can use a little bit more of cooldown, and then I can switch one of my cooldown stones to runic stone, I could deal more damage. So yeah, I'm getting better at God of War. I'm getting closer to 100% in the game. It's good, it's good. I'm getting better. I'm also getting less dizzy, which means not eating bad, it's helping. So today I feel pretty decent. Even if I have to wake up early, I don't feel dizzy whatsoever. So that's a good sign, I guess. I also been taking my vitamins, which is also needed to feel better. And I feel like I kinda want to ruin it by eating a hamburger right now. But really, I'm out of things to eat. Like, I cannot eat my usual stuff and I don't know what to eat and I'm going nuts. I think I'm probably gonna go out and get something to eat. Like not trash food or anything like that. Not fast food. I'm just gonna go to the supermarket and get like something to make food. Almost 6,000. So far so good, I guess. But it's 3 hours in. I was supposed to be done in 1 more hour, but I don't think I'm gonna be. So this stream is probably gonna be a little bit longer. Then again, the indie game for today, it's probably gonna be late at night. I'm gonna be playing it like about 8 hours from now, probably, because I need sleep after this stream. Well, I need to get lunch and then I need sleep. So. And I was also reading. It's funny that the internet allows people to write anything they want. Like, you can make videos and make posts about anything you want, and people cannot stop you. And people give the most stupid advice or the most useless advice, because I was searching for how to eat healthy, but I was also searching for how to save money in groceries, right? And the first thing I found in a video, it was like, do you want to save money in groceries? Go eat with your parents. It was like, if I could go and eat with my parents, I would not spend any money in food, but I cannot do that, right? And who does that? Who's like, I'm gonna save money, I'm gonna make my mom spend money on me. That's the whole point of moving away from your parents, right? Like that. It's not that you don't need them anymore, it's like you are not a weight on them anymore, right? It's something that people really don't think too much about, but I don't think you think about this because I didn't when you're a kid, when you're a teenager. But your parents, yeah, I know they decided to have children and everything, right? But they are sacrificing their lives because they are giving it all to their children, usually, right? If they're not bad parents, of course. So when you move out, you give them the chance to be them again. So I think that's nice because they become less parent and more person again. And the fact that people refuse to let their parents go and I was like, oh dad, oh mom, help me with this. I'm not saying you cannot ask for help from your parents every now and then, because that's the point of family. But just let them be while you can, right? If you have a problem, of course you have to go back home. That's how family is made. But don't go just to eat something to save like $5. I'm just saying. Like, for example, I usually go to eat with my parents like once a month or twice a month, but I take the food, right? I bring the food, I bring at least something to drink. I give something back because just going back and eating for free doesn't feel like the right thing to do as an adult. This is taking forever. Why is people not tuning into my stream? What do I have to do? Do I have to stand on the street with a sign that says, please subscribe to my channel? That's the only thing I don't understand, and it's frustrating to no end to me. It's why people don't watch my streams. I'm not saying why people don't stay at my streams or why people don't subscribe to me, because I understand if you don't like me, you're not gonna subscribe. If you don't find it funny or interesting or entertaining, you're not gonna subscribe. You're not gonna watch more than 5 minutes. But my problem is why people don't watch. Like, how people don't find my stream. Why is my stream not being shown up to people? Why people don't go into my stream like for just curiosity for like 5 seconds? That's what I'm asking. Because I've seen Vtubers with absolutely, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, absolutely no talent, a worse model than I have, and a less nice attitude, I guess. And they have like more views on videos and streams than I do. And it's probably their friends and whatever, and I guess it makes a difference that I have no friends. The closest thing I have to friends is my 2 usual viewers, including you, Als, and Munimi, I guess. And White Recluse, but White Recluse, it's a busy person and usually doesn't show up that much on streams anymore. But I appreciate every moment he watches. I'm not that kind of person like, oh, he doesn't watch anymore, I hate him. Like, I understand people have lives, right? And I understand people will move on from one content creator to other one because of things. Don't worry about it. If you people stop watching me, I understand. I'm not gonna get mad or anything like that. I'm just gonna get sad because that's life, but that's it, right? But it's just me complaining because I'm frustrated with things. And I feel like all my hard work is not paying off, and it hasn't paid off, and it's probably not gonna pay off. It's just the other day, so you guys understand where this comes from, and it's not just me being obnoxious. The other day, I was feeling like 2 weeks ago when I got really sick, I was feeling really bad. Like, I got really dizzy. I thought like I was gonna pass out. I couldn't breathe properly. And I just went to bed, right? I just went to bed and I was lying on bed trying to feel better. And I was thinking, if I die right now, like if I had died in that moment, what did I do with my life? What did I leave the world with, right? Because as you know, what's important when you die, it's not what you take with you, it's what you leave behind, right? So I was thinking, what am I gonna leave behind in this world? Am I gonna be remembered by someone for something? I didn't do a change in the world. I didn't make the world a better place. I didn't help anyone achieve anything. So if I die right now, I didn't do anything. I never had money to have nice things. I never had money to like visit places I wanted to visit in the world. I never found like love. I never had friends. I never had a good relationship with my family. And I know it's something kind of depressing to say on stream, but what I'm trying to say, it's like, if I have died in that moment, I have died with nothing. And I'm trying to use the fact that thankfully I didn't die and I'm alive and I'm feeling better. And I want to make something of my life. Maybe not, it's not about fame. I will be lying if I'd say it's not a little bit about the money, because money helps you do things. You cannot do anything if you don't have money, right? At the very least, you can eat food, right? If you have money. So it left me thinking that I want to do something with my life. And as much as I like helping people hasn't led me nowhere in life right now. So I was thinking maybe I'm gonna focus it myself a little bit. And I'm gonna try my best to become someone worthy of attention, worthy of money, worthy of things. And that's what I'm gonna give this VTubing thing a last chance. And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna have to sadly move on. And I don't think I can move on if I don't delete the channel, if I don't delete everything, if I don't become something else, someone else. I don't think I will be able to move on, because believe it or not, I'm so attached to being Moriko. Like, I think I'm Moriko first, and then I'm a real person second, because I just enjoy being Moriko so much. I feel like this is my true self, and it's kinda sad my true self couldn't make anything work. I feel that's true to myself. I'm a useless person at core, so it makes sense being my real self. It's not achieving anything. But I will sadly have to move on from this and try other stuff, which I'm probably gonna fail at doing other things, but at least I want to try different things, because I mean, it's been 4 years of this. Sorry, I had to drink a little bit of water. Then again, that's probably too depressing to talk on stream, but I just wanted to be honest. I'm not the one to try to hide why am I doing things or what I'm doing. So yeah, that's it. But then again, I'm not trying to be depressive or like to shame people into sadness, baiting, or I don't know what this is called. I'm using that as a reason to try even harder. That's what I'm saying, right? And hopefully I don't die in a good chunk of my life. I still have like 10 or 20 years ahead of me, so I can do the things I always wanted to do, but I could never do because of money, because of time, because of my problems as a person. I hope I have time in my life to improve myself, and that's what I tell you people that are younger than me, to enjoy life while you can and do what you want to do, because at the end I always did what other people needed me to do, and I never did what I wanted to do. The only thing I have done that I wanted to do is being a Vtuber. All my life I always helped other people. Like when my mom needed me the most, I just was there, and I just left my life aside for my mom. When my mom was really sick in a moment, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, like 6 years ago, my mom got really sick and she needed like constant care, and thankfully she's better now. But I just left my life aside to help my mom, and I don't regret it because my mom is alive, right? How would I regret that? That there's no way. But I didn't do anything during like 4 years, and after that, a friend of the family but when COVID happened, a friend of the family lost her dad, and her mom was really sick, and they needed help, and I went to help them for a couple of years too, and I also have to leave my life aside for a little bit. So I've been helping people. Do I regret it? No, because why would I regret helping people, especially people that got better? And yeah, I wouldn't say it was thanks to me, but I'm sure I play a part, and that feels good. Helping people feels good, but it doesn't feel good not doing what you want to do, not living your life how you want to live it. And for the first time, I'm doing what I want to do, and I can't help but feel a little bit guilty, a little bit selfish, because I'm doing what I want to do, which is kind of weird, but that's the person I am. I feel guilty for enjoying things. Because I was kind of raised up to not be allowed to enjoy things, which is something I'm trying to shake. But honestly, it doesn't help that I'm not doing good doing what I want to do. I get what you're saying, really, and I do hope that you manage to become someone, even if that thing is a VTuber or not. Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, I'll do my best to be a VTuber, even if being a VTuber is not profitable enough or like good enough, or it doesn't lead to anything. But God knows, if I die trying, right? But that's enough talk about that. As much as I love that, I don't want to go with her right now. But at least, if I succeed, you will be there to say, oh, this guy tried really hard for a lot of years. And that's the reason, even if I cringe at my old videos, and I think they're very cringe, and I suck at my old videos, and I was just doing them for fun, you know, making like an androgynous avatar at the beginning, I don't delete those videos, even if I'm a little bit ashamed of them, because that's part of my history, right? And I want people that if I ever do something right with my life as a VTuber, I want people to come and watch those old videos and say, if this guy that was doing this crappy content didn't give up and did something eventually, I can do it too, right? Because I feel like some people need to believe that they can do it and need to be told they can do things, because again, I guess Moriko lore moment, and I don't want to get too into it because I don't like to get too personal with like personal stuff, but I grew up with a very abusive side of the family. My dad's side of the family was really mentally abusive and physically abusive with me when I was a kid, and I grew up being told I will never do anything, right? You will never amount to nothing, you will never do anything, you suck, you are useless, and you know, all that goes with emotional abuse and physical abuse and stuff like that. Obviously, I stopped frequenting that part of the family very early in my life because it was not healthy, right? But that kind of sticks to you, right? And that I feel that that's the thing I doubt myself a lot, is because I was being reminded every day that I will never do anything, right? And I kind of believe that thing. Even if I want not to believe it, you kind of believe it because it's kind of true. But then I remember those people are awful, and like they didn't do anything with their lives also. So, you know, the more reason to have success is that I can prove them wrong. So that's why I'm someone that never gives up. Like, you will notice that I never give up into anything. Like, oh yeah, Moriko, you lowered the difficulty of God of War, but that's more about a time issue, and I still beat God of War. and I like to 100% things. I don't like to give up. I don't like to give up being a VTuber. I wanted to give up being a VTuber last year and the last before that, and you know, every month my subscriber count goes down or doesn't go up, or I don't get views, or like someone unsubscribes or someone hates on me or something. I want to give up. Yeah, that's the reasons to give up, but I have more reasons to keep trying. And I want to keep trying, and if anything, if everything else fails, I want at least the 5 people that watch my streams to know that if I keep trying, they can keep trying too, right? And maybe I'm not gonna do anything with my life, but if any one of you guys makes something with your life just because I made you believe 1% more in you, then it was worth it. Like, to be honest, that's worth it, right? I feel like people don't value that much the impact you can have in other people, right? And it's not about being nice and, oh, I believe in you guys, you are precious creatures of light, and everything you can do it if you put your mind into it, and I love all of you. I'm not that kind of person, right? I wouldn't lie to you in that kind of thing, but you can try and you can do, and I believe you can, because if I can, you can. That if someone like me can do things, like someone as broken and useless as me can do things, I'm sure you can do things better, right? And that's just the truth. So go out there and do things in my behalf, because I will never do it. I'm just kidding. Enough emotional stuff. Let's go back to I don't know. I don't have other topics of conversation. But man, I'm really hungry right now. I feel like it's about time. Well, it's 1 hour till lunchtime, but I'm not really close to finishing the meat farm, and I will still have to go to the grocery store after this. The realest Moriko hours, yeah, I know. I have to get real every once in a while, right? I'm a serious person. Even if I try to joke around, it's because I try to hide how serious I am, but I feel like if I'm too serious, I'm gonna scare people, because I'm a really angsty person. I'm a really real person, you could say. Even for a virtual thing, I'm too real. But yeah, I do believe in the power of being nice, but if you are gonna be nice to people, it has to come from a place true in your heart, not just be nice for the sake of being nice. You know, if I hate you, I'm gonna hate you, but it's gonna be honest hate. And if I like you, if I believe in you, it's gonna be honest. I don't really put like a damper on my emotions, and that's why I have no friends or a wife. It's not just about being a VTuber, because I have to remind you that before being a VTuber, I was a game developer, and a more serious game developer, not a joke game developer. And I did release a bunch of games in Unity back then. I tried for like 2 years to be a serious developer, and it didn't work out. Like, I couldn't sell my games, I couldn't get my games played, I made like $20 as a developer back then, in like 2 years, so like $10 per year, sorry. So I feel like I failed at being a developer. I'm failing at supporting developers, because if no one watches my channel, no one's gonna watch the games I play. But it's like they say, right? Failing, it's the first step to succeeding, and it doesn't mean you're gonna succeed, but it means you're at least in the right path to do it. And it's not that I have given up on being a developer. I'm still developing games a little bit. In my free time, it's not that I'm gonna finish any game anytime soon, but I like developing games, like projects that I'm not gonna finish and stuff like that. I like being a VTuber. I'm gonna be a VTuber as long as I can. You know, I'm gonna hate on like normal VTuber culture, because I hate normal VTubers. I hate the culture of, oh, you have to be the girlfriend experience, you have to be lewd, you have to be a girl with big boobies trying to get like virgin 12-year-olds into watching your videos. I want to change that too. And I know I probably won't be able to change it, because those people have all the money and influence. But screw that. You know, if being right, if being good was easy, everyone will do it. But it's easier to be a bad person. It's easier to take the easy route to things, knowing damn well you're gonna harm other people. And you know, I'm not saying I'm not harming other people. I'm surely harm other people. I know there are developers that hate me because I made fun of their games or I didn't like their games. And you know, I have been asked to delete videos before, right? And I'm not saying I didn't hurt people. It's not on purpose and it's from my honest heart. So if you get offended or if you get hurt by something I say, I'm not gonna apologize because I'm not doing it from a bad intention, right? However, even if I don't apologize, I do delete the videos because, you know, it's your game, but don't expect me to play any other of your games if you ask me to delete a video, and don't ask me to recommend you, and don't ask me to endorse you into anything because I don't like that kind of people, you know? I don't have to love you, I don't have to hate you, but I don't have to like you either, right? Oh, this is not it. I'm out of lungs again, goddammit. I'm almost at 7k. I think I can make it to 8k by the 4-hour mark. So, but it's gonna probably take like 5 hours. So I hope you guys are in for 2 more hours, which will be the perfect time for me to finish the stream and go get some food. I was thinking on making egg salad, but I had egg salad. I have egg salad. I have eggs for breakfast. So I don't want to get too eggy. I have nothing to say. I'm just gonna sing the songs. What else would be a good topic of conversation, which is not depressing or too real? And that's another thing, because even if I'm doing terrible in life and I don't give up, I like people to know they can keep going, but also I want people to know that don't complain too much, in the sense that I complain a lot, but I complain about myself and life. But I don't like people that blame other people or the circumstances for their like lack of success, right? Because people are like, oh, I'm not having success because I'm gay, because I'm black, or whatever. Like, everything that you are, everything that you're going to be, it's gonna have an upside and a downside. It all depends on what you do. You know, I don't like. I think it's the other way around. Honestly, I feel like if I put that I'm like LGBT Vtuber, I'm gonna have a lot of subscribers just because people like to support LGBT things. But that's the thing. I don't want to be political. I don't want to be like a drama magnet, right? I want to be the only drama-free VTuber that has ever existed. I think the only drama-inducing thing I have ever said, like the only cancelable hot take I have ever said, it's that I don't like Hololive English. That's the only thing people could say, like, oh, Mariko hates Hololive English. Yeah, I don't like them. I think they suck for most of them suck, and I don't think they deserve as much success as they have. And that's my opinion. You can have your own. I have my points to prove my opinion, but you don't have to believe them if you don't want to. But just like, they're absolutely cringe, and I think Hololive English was the worst thing that ever happened to the VTuber community. I feel like everything went downhill from the first generation to now, but that's about the only thing I can say that people will try to cancel me or try to make drama about. And hey, don't get me wrong, if someone from Hololive English ever talks to me for whatever reason, I will be like, hey, hello, right? That I don't like them as entertainers doesn't mean I hate them as people or like virtual entities, right? I'm not gonna be disrespectful to them. I may make fun of them eventually because of something, you know? Everyone is allowed to make fun of everyone in a healthy way. But I will never hate on someone just because I think they suck. Unless they do something bad, of course. Oh god, release me from this. Why did I decide to play this game? I wonder what would have happened with my life if I never found Granblue Fantasy. You know, Granblue Fantasy is like my comfort game because I started playing the game when I was very, very sick. And every time I played, I remember when I couldn't like even get up from bed. So it's kind of a comfort game for me. I like to hear your points. I don't care for her life, just I want to hear them. I guess I could mention a few. I think that's a topic for a whole video. I could spend like 2 or 3 hours just talking about that. Obviously not getting distracted by Granblue Fantasy. But look, my issue is just that they started behaving poorly. Because I feel like when you're gonna be a VTuber, especially like a VTuber from a company, you have to have this standard of behavior, right? And they started behaving like just not like, oh, this is gonna make the people horny, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say this cringe thing just because saying cringe thing. They started behaving like normal YouTubers, right? And I feel like that was not the point of VTubers. VTubers were supposed to be like a wholesome, condensed anime idealization of content creators, like the whole like Japanese VTubers are, like most of them at least. And when Whole Life English came into play, they started behaving like normal English VTubers, but in VTuber form, and they started being cringe, and they started being like horny for no reason. And they said, oh, everyone is a lesbian, and everyone loves each other, and we're gonna say like curse words just because it's funny to say fuck you, or it's funny to be a girl that it's crass and rude, and it's not funny, to be honest. I'm talking specifically about like 2 VTubers from Hololive English. Again, I don't hate all Hololive English. I'm talking, to be specific, about Mori Calliope and Gaur Gura, which I think is the most cringe of them all. I think none of them have any talent, and yeah, it's easy for me to say that they don't have talent because they have like 100 subscribers and they have like billions of subscribers and everyone loves them, and of course they have talent if everyone, but I think Gura, it's just like lolly baiting, which honestly it's like, oh, I'm gonna be a lolly and I'm gonna act like retarded, sorry for the word, but it's the truth. Like 50% of her character is being a lolly, and the other 50% it's being retarded, right? Because it's cute being retarded, and it's not. It's cute when Japanese girls do it because they struggle to speak English because it's not their first language, right? But if you do it and English is your first language, then you're just being retarded. And on the Mori Calliope side, I think it's funny that she's supposed to be like this rapper VTuber that's really cool, and it's the most cringe person I have ever seen. And you know, it's one of those girls that didn't really like anime, but they started liking anime because it started being cool, and now she likes anime because liking anime is cool, but not because she really liked it at the beginning. And she's supposed to be like a really good rapper, but it's the worst rapper I have ever listened to in my life. And I don't even like rap, granted, but it's the absolute worst music, the most cringe music. And yeah, of course she's trying to capitalize on like, oh yeah, people call me cringe, but it doesn't matter because I'm cool. And it's not, you're not cool, you're just cringe, and you're not cool for admitting you're cringe. It's just the absolute like epitome of cringe, and it's just the worst kind of thing done by the worst kind of people. Because I feel like if you're gonna be a VTuber, and being a VTuber, it's 90% of the time it's about anime, right? Because it's something that was born into the anime communities, and it's being an anime girl or an anime boy or whatever, right? And if you're gonna be that, you have to compromise with the aspects and the morals that come from it, and I don't feel like they did it. And of course, that's just my opinion, but you know, it's the right opinion. So your problem is that they didn't abide to your wishes. That's not parasocial out. Now, I don't even like them, and I just watched like 2 or 3 streams of them. And yeah, you could say that it's they are not what I like in a VTuber, so I don't gonna like them. But it's not about what I like or what I don't like. It's about the compromises you have to do to be a corporate VTuber. That you're gonna be the example for all the indie community and all the viewers, right? And if you don't set a good example of behavior, you're doing a harm to the industry, and that's what I don't like. And I hope you understand that, and I hope people understand that it's not just me hating because of hate or like jealousness, right? You ask me, Moriko, are you jealous of Hololive English VTubers? Of course I am. They have a lot of money and they have a system of support to do whatever they want to do. Of course I'm jealous of that, right? And I feel like I'm more talented than 80% of them, probably. There's a couple of them that are really, really talented, and I respect them for doing what they do. But a lot of them, they have no talent whatsoever, and it's the most generic girl trying to behave like an anime girl, but it's just cringe because they're not doing it in the right way. And it's the same thing with Whole Life Japan, right? The original Whole Life Japan. I love Korone, for example. I think it's the best VTuber that... I think Korone is the best VTuber ever. And I think everyone should aspire to be as wholesome and as dedicated as Korone is with the game she plays, how she behaves, how she treats her fans. I think absolutely amazing. There's other ones such as Kiryu Koko that thankfully is not a VTuber anymore. Well, it's a VTuber in Bishoyo, but who cares about Bishoyo? So I think as VTubers, especially famous VTubers, you have to put an extra effort, especially as corporate VTubers, to be the right kind of entertainer to make the people that watch you better. It's not about being horny and being a lesbian with other girls because people love lesbians and just making cringe fun and making every single like challenge and trend that goes into your A site. Now, it's about being the right thing to make people better, right? And honestly, I don't think most of Whole Life VTubers are making their fans better. I think they're just making them a parasocial mess, so they keep watching and keep consuming content and money and everything, which is okay. That's part of the whole VTuber entertainer thing, right? You have to keep people coming around and you milk their money and everything, right? But you have to be conscious that you're also might be doing a harm to the social aspects of people, right? Because if people get too obsessed with you and you will never be able to, like, if I ever have 1 million viewers, I won't be able to answer to each and every one of them. That's impossible, right? And you have to be mindful of that and don't give them the girlfriend experience or the best friend experience, because you are not a best friend. You're just an entertainer entertaining them for money. That's at the end of the day, that's the truth, right? Well, not me because I don't get any money, but people that get money, I mean. And I know that's just my idealist view of the world that some people may not agree with, which is okay. But I do also think that Whole Life is doing a lot of harm to the industry because they release too much VTubers. Like, there's too much Whole Life English VTubers, there's too much Whole Life Japan VTubers, like Indonesia VTubers. People have a limit to how much they can see and how much they can engage and how much they can spend. And most of that is going to corporate VTubers and it's letting almost nothing to the hundreds and thousands of indie VTubers just like me. And, you know, yeah, probably I'm complaining because the more attention they get, the less attention I'm prone to get. But I know my problem is that I'm a male VTuber. At the end of the day, my problem is that I'm male and I pose as male VTuber. Because if I was a female VTuber or if I was a male VTuber posing as a female VTuber, I will get a lot of views, I will get a lot of subscribers. I could just be lewd if I want to get attention, but then again, that's not doing me any good and that's not doing any good to the viewers, right? So yeah, I'm a idealist, yeah. It's gonna work, probably not. I'm gonna change, never. And I'm not saying you cannot be a little bit lewd every now and then, but that cannot be your whole personality. And if anything, just let one of the VTubers be the lewd one. Like in Japan, Hosho Marin, it's the lewd VTuber. And I pretty much like Hosho Marin because that's her whole personality. It's like being lewd. And that's okay because she's the lewd one and the other ones can be the cute one, the Onesen one, the mommy one, the wholesome gamer one, the cute one, and stuff like that, right? But in Whole Life English, everyone is everything because they have no personality, right? I mean, they have their character personality, which I'm a shark. Whoa, what a great personality! I'm the Grim Reaper, and I'm also a rapper. But then she just tries to be cute one stream, and she tries to be rude the other stream, and they have no personality, right? Because they just trying to be anything that's gonna bring views, and I think that's really pathetic. I love getting perspective on things I know nothing about. It's okay. I have nothing else to talk about, so it's okay if I talk about this just to make, like, to fill up the time of the stream. I'm also starting to get a little bit dizzy because I'm getting hungry. But I don't want to wake up. I don't want to sit up Because I will have to go to the grocery store. And I don't want to walk all the way to the grocery store because it's too far away. And it's so hot outside and it's so sunny. I want to order something so I don't have to go out, but ordering food it's so expensive that I cannot afford to go out. I mean to order food. And I'm only at 7k right now. I'm almost 7k. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Thank you for being able to see what I'm saying. I also played a really good indie game yesterday. I recommend you guys to watch it. It's really good. Or to play, even better to play the game. I know you don't have to watch the video if you don't want to. You can just play the game. The link is down in the description with all the games I have played so far. I love saying that. I love saying my outro and my intro, even if sometimes I get them wrong. I love it. I'm gonna relax a little bit. Relaxation is important. How is my PC doing? It's kinda hot, but it's okay. You know what? I'm gonna lower the air conditioning a little bit because it's getting kinda hot. I'm not even gonna mute my microphone so you can watch me pout and get away. I'm back. Okay. What else can I do? Wait, where's the other dog? I don't know whatever happened to my other dog. Just let me check if she's downstairs. I'll be back in a second. She was indeed downstairs. Moriko in a three-dimensional space? Revolting, go back into the 2D box. Ah, if only I could live in a 2D box. You have no idea how expensive this 3D space is. What would you guys do if I ever become a 3D VTuber, huh? What would you do? If I could move in 3 axes, what would you do? What would you do if I have 1 billion subscribers? What would you do if I could eat money? I mean, if I could use money to eat, not eat money.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。
Scream in horror. I could use some ice cream right now. Now that you mention it. Wait, I guess ice cream has sugar in it, right? Never mind. Why, God, why do you take from me all the things I love? Do you take alcohol? Do you take my wife? And you take delicious grease and sugar? Why even be alive? Why even be alive? It's gonna be alive to spite you. 7K. I think I just barely gonna make it to 8K. Okay, I need to do it faster. Let's focus on this a little bit. Reload. Okay. Okay. Play again. Pick the summon. Okay. Full auto. Reload. Okay. Okay. I like. Do you guys have ever played Metal Slug? Because I think that's the coolest okay I have ever heard. Okay. Heavy machine gun. I cannot make it properly, but it's amazing. I think am I hallucinating, or I play a Metal Slug game on stream once? I think I did. Come on, let's do it faster. Let's do it faster. So I think it's probably gonna be like 5 hours of streaming. Which is okay, but not ideal, because I wanted to have lunch in like 20 minutes. And then again, I don't want to stop the stream, go have lunch, and then go back, because that will take too much time. And I have to remind you, there's a chance that the power may go out while I'm doing this, because power has been failing, because it's really, really hot. Just be mindful that if the power goes out, I'm just gonna stop streaming. You know, I've been thinking, only for the views, but I've been thinking of even doing a karaoke stream. Yeah, that's right. I may be willing to sing to get views and subscribers. But that's just a maybe, that's like a last resort. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. No suffocation, no breathing. I'd watch a karaoke stream. I know you would. You would listen to the karaoke stream. I mean, I know my usual viewers would watch it, which I appreciate a lot, but I need something to bring new people in, right? So I might be doing like a crazy karaoke thingy. I might be doing the karaoke stream to celebrate something, but I'm not sure what it will be. I think the closest milestone I am closest to, it's 100,000 views. Yeah, that's right. I have almost 100,000 views in all my videos combined, which is not a lot, but it's something I'm proud of. I just need 10,000 views more in all my videos and stream and whatever to have 100,000 views. which is a milestone in itself, and that might be the chance to do the karaoke stream, right? Because that's something I can have pride on, right? Even if I don't have a lot of subscribers, I did notice my average views, it's higher than other VTubers. Granted, I have more time doing videos, but something to be proud of.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。
I need more golden tyrants at this point. I should be about 8k right now, and I'm not. I'm also once again out of topics to talk about. And why is no one using goddamn Huang Long? What is wrong with people? I hate everyone, this is taking too much time. I need better Granblue fantasy friends. What if I play Raid Shadow Legends? I will never play that game. Well, maybe if they sponsor me, I will play the game, but... Okay, new topics of conversation. New topics of conversation. Let's talk about what am I gonna have for lunch. I don't know yet. You guys have no idea how difficult it is to be wanting to eat something and won't. Like, you can, but you should not. Because I was thinking, maybe I can just go out and get a burger. Like, I can walk to there's a Burger King kind of close to here, so I just have to walk like 20 minutes in the scorching sun to get to Burger King. And I could. Or I can just go to like a convenience store that it's close and, like, I don't know, get something to eat there. Like, ready to eat. But I'm supposed to be eating healthy, like healthier, but I don't know what to do. I mean, it's almost the weekend, which means I can have my cheat meal, right, I guess. Yeah, that's probably right. I have a right to eat something good once in a while. I'm probably just gonna go and order something, and I will get something to drink from the convenience store. That should be it. Sometimes I wish, and by sometimes I mean every day of my life that I'm awake, that I live in Japan, because Japanese convenience stores are amazing. I could live from food from there. I mean, probably not healthy, right? But I could. It's like they just sell like onigiri and like a bunch of different things with like rice and veggies and like pasta and stuff like that. And here you can only get like sandwiches, like a burrito maybe, like... I will never eat gas station sushi, that will kill me. I guess that will kill everyone, but... Ooh, Golden Tyrant, that's nice. Actually, every guild where I fight, I feel like I get less Golden Tyrants than the previous one. I could say one burger, one heart, but a red will be the reason your liver fails. Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. It was actually not the liver, to be specific. It was another condition that affected my liver, but my liver, it's now okay. I think. I mean, the testing they did, it's okay, right? It was mostly because of the alcohol, to be honest. It was like 90% because of the alcohol. So yeah, I will see how I feel, because I just started feeling good again, so I don't want to ruin it with a burger, right? But then again, there's not a lot of things I can eat, and I'd rather eat something I enjoy than eat something, or not eat anything whatsoever. I mean, I guess I could get like sushi or something like that, because that's healthy, right? I know it's rice, but it's like fish and other stuff, right? I mean, not from the gas station, of course, but... And I only have like 20 bucks right now that I could spend, so it's also not a lot of places I could go. The body is a complicated machine, and you have to be careful with what you put in it, right? Turns out, drinking like copious amounts of alcohol, it's not good for your liver. Who would have thought that? I mean, everyone, but... The thing is, I was feeling okay until I wasn't feeling okay. Which is... I know it sounds kinda dumb, but I was like, oh yeah, it's no problem, I can drink whatever I want. I've been doing that for the longest time, but yeah, obviously the damage piles up and eventually explodes. You know, I'm thinking I'm gonna leave it at 8k meats. I'm probably gonna farm the rest outside of a stream, because I don't want to make the stream longer. I really want to go and eat lunch. So I'm just gonna farm for like another 20 minutes until I get like 8k. And then I'm gonna change the name of the stream to 8k, so it's not a lie. And then I'm gonna go and grab something to eat, because I'm really hungry, and at this point I don't think skipping meals is a good idea for streaming. Much less for a stream that it's not getting views. I of course appreciate you staying here and talking with me, but you know, it's not 300 people watching, right? I also want to I don't want to take too much of your time. And I also have to play an indie game. So yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at 8k. Just like 20 more minutes, 15 more minutes of streaming should do the trick. And then I can go and eat something. And you know what? Who knows? Maybe walking to the grocery store and to the convenience store, it's gonna be healthy.
私の幸せな時間を邪魔するんだ。トロピカルメロス。
Oh man, what? You know what? No one is putting Huang Longs in here for some reason. I think I almost have the skin. I think I'm gonna finish the stream right now. I know this is a little bit disappointing. I know that anyone cares, right? I'm a little bit disappointed in myself, but I have to be a little bit more mindful of my health right now, and I'm really feeling dizzy. I need to go eat something, probably, and drink some water or something like that. So I'm gonna stop streaming right now. Sorry I couldn't get 10k meets. Sorry I didn't stream 5 hours. But I think like these 4 hours, it's enough. Before I go, I just want to see the new boss, which is gonna consume 5 minutes, but whatever, right? And I want to see if my composition works. Of course, it's not gonna work because I don't have. Wait, let me do one more. I'm gonna do one more regular one and then a big boss, and then we're gonna see, right? But I'm really not feeling that hot right now. What if I could go on Vtuber forums with my 3 billion alt accounts and start promoting the shit out of you? Wouldn't be that the first time I use an alt account promoting something? I mean, you don't have to, you don't want to. That would make me feel bad. But you know, there's nothing wrong if you want to promote a Vtuber you like. There's nothing wrong with that. But you don't have to go with 100 alt accounts. There's a subreddit thingy when people recommend VTubers, and there's also like a 4chan thread that I think people recommend VTubers, but that's mostly for loot VTubers. Let's see if my composition works. Wait, let's see if this composition works. Oh mama, look at that boss, it's a cat! It's Bastet. Okay, let's see if I can one-turn Bastet. What do you mean, Nia? Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, I think it's gonna work. Alright, just give me a few minutes. I'm gonna wait until it's 4 hours because I like to close the hours, and then I'm gonna go. Yeah, it's definitely going to work. I don't think Nier is going to Ogi. Yeah, it's gonna Ogi. Kiss her Nier! Nice. I like when my wife kills people. Nice. Especially cats, because I hate cats. I will never kill a cat in real life, I'm just talking about the game, okay? So yeah, I'm just gonna play a little bit more of these small ones, and then I'm gonna go. Just like 10 more minutes, right? And again, if you want to promote me in other places, I wouldn't complain, but don't feel obligated to do it, and don't feel the need to do it with a bunch of alt accounts, right? I'd rather have organic growth and not people randomly come in here and hate on me because I was promoted to them. But yeah. There's no pressure. We still have 3 months. There's a bunch of things I can do in 3 months to win enough viewership to survive. Because like 1,000 subscribers, it's just the first step. After that, I need to find a way to make money out of this, and if I make enough money out of this, I can work less hours and spend more time VTubing, and you know, slowly it can become my full-time job, or at least my part-time job. And that will be the ideal case, you know, to be able to live out of this, but also keep my real-life work, because you never know what's going to happen. Anyway, let's keep playing for a little bit. The other day I discovered one of my nieces likes anime, and I'm worried about her. Why do anime has to infect the mind of young people? Take care and get fed well. Gonna feed myself some delicious something. Whatever 20 bucks can afford, I'm gonna have that. Just gonna go into the convenience store and I'm gonna throw 20 bucks at the cashier and give me whatever you have. And it's gonna give me like cigarettes or something, right? Yeah, I don't think unless I get a couple of golden tyrants, I don't think I'm gonna get to 8k before I finish the stream. The thing is, I don't really need 10k meat anymore. I just like the number 10k. But like 8k should be enough. I don't want to start any conversation topic because it's only 9 minutes left. I don't want to leave open conversations. Of course, I'm gonna be playing an indie game today also, but it's gonna be later today. I'm also gonna try to do my daily illustration again because I've been slacking on that. I think that should be it for content. I know it might be a little bit annoying, but I have to post this many days left on the chat because otherwise I'm gonna forget to focus on things, and I want to pressure myself on doing it. So I'm gonna pressure myself posting how many days are left on the Discord server, right? What else do I have to say? I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. It's gonna be a Nika stream, so don't miss it. It's gonna be nice. What else? And of course, there's gonna be an indie game tomorrow, probably. And next week we're gonna have more God of War, probably one stream, 1 or 2 Sonic streams because, you know, Sonic. It's a weird game that I like playing, and I'm gonna try maybe other things. I'm gonna be trying new things every week to see what's good and what's not. Definitely, I'm not gonna be doing more drawing streams because those are too stressing, and I don't think they attract new people or like people I want on the stream anyway. Doing requests is not my kind of thing. Sorry. But I'm probably gonna keep drawing characters from indie games eventually, not next week. Four minutes left. 4 minutes left. I'm also working on a new Moriko Ost soundtrack. So I like a bunch of songs, but that may come in a couple of months, so don't get too excited about that. $200 meat left and 6 minutes left. Can I do it? Who knows? And probably if I get like 2 golden tyrants I can do it, but... And I never asked, what do you guys think about Summer Moriko in the background? That's my only summer version I have. It's a Granblue Fantasy Summer Moriko. I know I'm wasting time, but I think you can see it better if I make it smaller. Yeah, there. What do you think of that? Yeah, a golden one, nice. I just need other 2 golden ones. Very cool, thank you. It's actually very hot because it's summer, but just a joke, just a joke. Jordan. Yeah, the chibi Granblue style, it's one of the best things ever. And it's animated by segmented sprites, which is really awesome. It's a lost art nowadays in games when everything is like 3D or like live 2D. It's very outdated, yeah, but it's really cool. Damn it, I picked the wrong summon. Damn it, I forgot to click attack. I just need 100 meat more. Come on. I think I can do it. I think I can do it just fine to 8k. Which again should be enough to fit me the rest of Guild War. I'm just gonna farm 2k outside of stream just to be sure. Then I can move on with my life. Until the next Guild War, of course. Imagine one day I become the most successful and richest Vtuber, and then I can commission whatever makes the Granblue Fantasy illustrations to make a Moriko in a Granblue style. I will die. That's the dream, and I will die of happiness. I will experience happiness for the first time in my life, and then I will die. Because my body is not made to receive happiness. But that would be nice. That would be nice. Anyway, I'm almost done, so I better hurry up. I just need 1 golden tyrant more and I'm gonna be done. Come on, God, give me the golden tyrant. Look at that, it's here, it's done. Okay, so that's 8k meat. So that's gonna be the stream for today. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for keeping me company all these hours. It was really fun. Sorry I could not get to 10k. I'm gonna get 10k outside of the stream. But right now I need to go and eat something. I'll see you guys in the next indie game stream or whatever I decide to do with this channel. And I'll see you later. I'm gonna switch the name of the stream to 8k. Goodbye.